Chulok Kajupari. De la Dene Rang Susievola. Karma pa gom. Sorvan de Gomondos.
Yes. So today we are gathered here, and we are actually the Kajupa lineage holder. So at first, before we proceed over the teachings, we have to visualize in our crown center the head of the Kajupa lineage, the Karmapa. So we have to visualize Karmapa as a main personal deity just on top of our crown center.
Karmapa ta Meka Pakpanang Yok Songmato, the Wundo Sanjedi.
Yes. The Karmapa came to us in the form of ordinary human, but actually he is an enlightened being.
Meka Lama, so Mela Chushego, the Meka Zok Tongo.
Yes.
Tondo catch Ndozo Gona, Tunduzok Don, Sanje Tamje Pegayori.
So those are the enlightened beings. They comes in the form of in such a beings among which one has to show the path of Dharma. So that's why the Karmapa came as a human form in order to show us the right path. And then likewise, there are many embodiments of Buddhas who come in a form of, like for example, if they have to show the path to the animal beings, so they sometimes take birth as an animal.
Teri Karmapa Tata Karap Chudogri.
Yes. So right now the Karmapa is 17th Karmapa, the 17th incarnations.
Chudokpa Ketene Korang Dot Tem. Tene Sachaka Main, Pamaka Main, Land Tegake Main, Kanga Sipo, Savi, Korang Danator, Pegay song, Savi Ya songs.
So the 16th Karmapa has left the authority of the prophecy letter mentioning the place and the parents and the family in which one is going to take birth as a 17th Karmapa, or 17th reincarnations of the 16th Karmapa.
Then, 17th Karmapa, ya to Kechashe top, then I will reach Hadu. Then, Nima Chegla, Zomerlandela, Rogi Song. Zomerlandela Kawapap Dendo. Yenaya, Zomerland and Rogo, Zomerland and Rogo Zone. Then it Poke, Kalani and Pama. Yakakasala, the name Rosong,
Yes. So when the Karmapa start talking, so that time, when the 17th Karmapa, when he grew up and start talking, so he all the time insisting his parents, saying that I wanted to go towards Mount Kailas, and all the time he persistently and saying this, so that the parents took him towards that side. Kailash, Chomolangma, which Lama said, is Kailash.
Yakas Sachala, Kawapap, the Yenayam, Surva, Monasete, zavite karma pa zok mense teni lama zamorlande le pepdu tenat toksong
거기 송대 출부
저렇게 대창
자상
대창 다 조금 용문
알았어
용문 로드디 약간 사자니 되니 조금 톡성
알았어.
So then what happens is, like when they were proceeding towards the Mount Kailash, and over there the high official monks from the Tsundue monastery, so they met over there.
술비 라장에서 돌아.
레레다 대창 라마 망보 조금 용가 로성이야.
So when the search officials from the Tsundue monasteries, and they met the Karmapa over there.
되니 karmapa 고총 용도 마케 바우콜 용도 대두네 다다 보건데 이나 만다파 샘진 펜바데 그 보고예 마케 랍송 데 뭐랑 루라 되니 대와 첨보 여바 단다제 그 초라 그 땡니 이게 제해서
So when the Karmapa was in his mother's womb, so the mother felt enormous kind of the happiness and joy and all. So the mother said that this baby will really benefit the many sentient beings. So this baby is not an ordinary being, but this will benefit the sentient beings. That's what the mother told.
Then correct 점생마 체효 보고 체효리 then 보고 담제 제무제 너왜 땜니 파달 오토 파달레이션 송송 다다 karma
그랬어.
자 파달 이제다 로송
아니라스.
파달 모다 근디송 로버트 랍송 that's what that semuke te lab logo mari tena sek dokya ta chungli ma sa chu ma so tu mota andi so
Right.
lamsang
Yes.
correct gonga dokya
Yes. So he has got such a like kind of clairvoyance that once he has uttered or once he told while traveling in the car, saying that, hey, our car is now going to fall down or roll down. Then over there, the people over there saying, oh, you should not say such an unauspicious word. You should not say like that. So then later on, what happened? The same, the car fall off the road. So that sort of a certain kind of clairvoyance that the baby has possessed.
Then the Koranso Ganyevo, the Desa Ganyevo, the Chumeking doctor, Mepari Kamso. Then Lama Sor Kotong in the Chumek Sort Dorso.
Yes. So the nearby there was a spring water, and which was dried up. But later on, when the baby was born, come up, then such an auspicious sign was that spring water, which was already dried up, and start having water in it.
The nickel map of Kotong Yung with Temni. That do Zomerlandela, Buru, Mamang Mango, then the Yapong the Dendo. Then it Ganga goes on. Pater Tong, Nonkani Tonka Dadazo. Pater Golden Road Bakanani Gecko. Badan Road Goni Gecko. Then Buyer time check at the Tonka Gecko, then that is Kotumba Animal.
So when the Karmapa was born, and such an auspicious sign was that everybody, whoever was present over there, so they heard a sound of conch from the sky and everywhere, and they thought that it must be coming from inside. But when they went inside, there was nobody who was blowing the conch, but they can hear that conch blowing sound.
동부교도와
동그다.
동중중의 동첨부
동그다.
동가르기.
동그다.
So I'm just asking whether it's a tung means
부여
it's a
탐체가
conch, you
고소.
know?
때리 깔마 저지 때리 때다고 그 맨다고 요 말이 내 마음 따따 두섬 강가 깨잭라 진정도.
Yes. So, the Karmapa is not an ordinary being, and he is a manifestation or embodiment of Buddha who knows all the three times.
되니다 나랑 저 따따 탐제 깔마파 그 로마니 되네 깔마파 산제 무슨 산제리 될라 되니 두전도 낭바 니 셀레라 제보라 곰 깔마파 제보라 곰 고로 되니 랑는 로드 파파 예마라 곰 카코드 예라 코라자 되니 데드 닝가라 제보라 곰 고모 니 내도 닝가낭나 곰 땡거로 요가 다 단더라 나서 단더라 가사리 단더라라 단거로 요가 때 같이 머리 산제 무슨도 다 당랑 소다 다네 깔마바다 용도 될라테네 거로 요가 때 주탐제 그 생각 그 잡아 거로 요가리스
주탐제기로
주그 연대 중에 잡아 무 라마라 손답니.
So, since we are the followers of Karmapa, so as we have to visualize the Karmapa in the space and just on top of our crown center as our personal deity, and while going or while walking, we have to visualize the Karmapa residing, under our right shoulder, and then whenever we make round, we have to make round through the clockwise, and then whenever we are sitting and whenever we are sleeping, we have to visualize him as our personal deity towards our heart level. And then so this is a kind of practice of the Tantra Yoga. So the essence of all the Dharma practices are the Guru Yoga, so which is a very important thing. Now.
Teri tata je tangke ngaransu je udakpo karma pari je wola gongo re ke je she songs.
Yes. So in all the time we have to conceive, or we have to consider that Karmapa as our personal deity is the savior, or he is the main the teacher or path shower. So we have to visualize him on our crown center all the time.
Loju desa hiesong teri teni jeola Karmapa gom ne teni nga ke chu hie yung du te Karmapa ke song te ke yu sang gom go no.
So this is the brief account of Karmapas, and then so it's very important to visualize him on our crown center or forehead, and then whenever you are listening the teachings from Lama, so you have to consider that he is also embodiment of your personal deity Kamapa. So that is how you have to visualize it. No.
No, but the Dewachen Rinpoche Dake Jebor Bemme de Yola Kade Jembu Gone Jibso Kosong Tokyang Udop Sarado So Yone Sanje Gondanyam Lai Kade Sanje Gone Sakwengo Sumi Ame Yabla Sovande Daksondo Velona Chula Dong Deni Dake Lu Lungju Gave Zawan Jekti Jekam na no ze yo ba tham che de lama la offering in mandala burger you saw mandala burger.
So now then we will proceed towards the mandala offering. So whenever we do this while offering this mandala to our guru, who is the embodiment or manifestations of our main guru Kamapa, so we have to visualize, or we have to think that I am now offering my whole body, all my possessions, and all this whole world as in the form of mandala, so offering to the Guru. So we have to visualize in this way.
Like well, none of the Kashake, Chopin Bortenda, some long marine, you come. The mountain meadow, they shot like so lane, not lane, sang lane, Zambu lane. The name Rinpoche not so back a gun, and the name Burger you sang go.
Yes. So when we offer this mandala, it's not that, like a few grains of rice that we hold in our palm, but this is a symbolic implications that we are offering the whole, all the four continents of the side continents and the middle Mount Meru and everything. So, and then it's all adorned or decorated with the precious jewels and all the wholesome objects of this world that we have to visualize in this way. So then we have to offer it to the Lama, who is the embodiment of the Kamapa and the embodiment of the Buddhas of 3 times.
No, Saje Buddha, Sunday Janga make the Paravaya, Namda Janga, Joparigo, Mandala, Punza Menga, Savana, Maya, New Zealand, Zambon, and Baravesa, Javana, Parchem, to some day, Gungwa, Togwata, the Paramanda, Shavara Manager, no Karajan Band, Ronaldo. Like get a lot on the jacket room that I may get on the wagon, the jacket about the jacket. Dog you the Chetan Catata, the Yola. Then that's on the cake I shake you. Not sunny parlor, simply you say, Jessina, they were God, don't have Mandupa. Some check by this.
So between the sky and the earth, the enormous beings or sentient beings are there. So all the beings, what they want, the common thing that we share is that they want happiness and they want to shun or abandon, or they don't want sufferings.
Magic Bumari, same thing, don't do. Semla, Deva, God, don't have to do Pachi.
Yes. So this is common things that not only we the humans, even the animals, they also don't want sufferings, but they want happiness.
Then give a drop machine, Mungbari. Dongar, Jodekpa Pang machine, Mungbari, they already say.
So if we don't know how to acquire happiness, and that is the ignorance. If we don't know how to avoid or abandon sufferings, that is also ignorance.
Then it David gave a develop, don't have to get the papa lantern key. She looks at it.
Yes. So, and then there are the religions, different religious lineages, the Dharma lineages. So these lineages are there in order to show us the right path, in order to have happiness, and in order to avoid these sufferings. So the right causes of happiness, how do we have to accomplish it? And the right causes of suffering, how do we have to, do it? So how do we have to abandon? In order to abandon, we have to know the causes and conditions of all these things. So these things will be shown by these Dharma lineages and Dharma schools.
Chulok pa ke yempe tu xie na randong ma yi pa yempe ke teng ni xie go ris.
Yes. Chulu si di chidan chasang chulu ro.
Re ta di lande chulok mang cha yo.
So
La ten na de xie yo.
okay, the Lama, I was just wanted to make it whether it's Lama is talking about the particular lineage or not. So Lama is saying it's for the general, the religions, whatever we are practicing. For example, not only Buddhists, all the religions. So these religions will show us the right path to acquire happiness and right path to abandon sufferings. So the religions are all the religions, the different sects, the Buddhist, Christianity, or many others. So these all will show us the right path to do that.
Tene de ta many there are kate mar yen che ke yor ke ta pogo da che ta nga da si tang sa so pogo tham che la chulok la kyo go tok che chung re la re do rang tene chulok se je te ke konong yen pi ke te ning go sok song yin no ba che ba ke sam no konong ri ma so chulok se je te la chung yo ma ri te ke yen pi ke yong ri te la te ne chulok la shok na me she wa zang bo yam bo yo ti kha to la yor ke tim ju ke lob ju ze na me chen bo lam san ro ri zone tene poco tamje de shege yuta yor ke poco da senga da se tang sa song ya.
So I usually tell those students who visit here in this monastery, I urge them to go to the shrine or church or go to their religious place. It's a very important. Because why? Because the religious place and over here in and around this monastery also, so there are many, the shrines are there, many churches are there. So these churches are established in order to show the right path, in order to help others. So since the motivations, since the objectives of putting up these sort of shrines is good to helping others, so it's obviously beneficial to go over there. So that so I usually urge the kids or students to go over there so that you will become a perfect person, having a compassion and loving kindness mind. And then on top of that, whatever the subjects that you have excelled, and then you will really have the success in future. That's what I always urge or tell the students who visit here.
Sanje zambalang la pep du tene dikpa che ma sa che gewa pusum so par che rang sem ne yong sun dor song sek som song yoris.
So
dikpa chembo chung chung che ga ma zo gewa chembo chung chung kanga drop rang sem
so when
la tang som ne sanje ke sek som song yoris.
So when Buddha came in this world, what the Buddha said, Sabba papa sakaranam kusala upasampata sachita priyodhanam edam buddhana sasanam, this is in Sanskrit. So which means, Dikpachiang Mijashing, what Lama says is, you should not commit any kind of sin, so do all the virtuous action, if you tame your own mind, Dini sangi temba yirwa. So this, if you tame your own mind or to calm your own mind, so this is the right teachings of Buddha. So this is what the Buddha told.
Then lu nga yi sum dok di nang ni teni yi te harang pon bori lu nga ni yo bori du jendo sem korang som go no sem ke leka le la mo yo mari ya.
No. So when we wake up early in the morning, and we should have a certain firm commitments that this day I'm going to spend by doing a virtuous action, by doing a good work. And in this day I will just begin with, and then I will do the whole day in order to avoid all the non-virtuous actions or bad work. So likewise, we have to have a very firm commitment when we wake up early in the morning. So when we sleep in the night times, and we have to check, we have to analyze, or we have to examine, so how many virtuous actions that we have done it, or how many non-virtuous actions that we have done it. So before going to bed, we have to check it. And then if we have done an enormous kind of virtuous action, good work, if we have done a good work, then we should feel happy, and then we should dedicate all those virtues for the benefit of all the sentient beings, for the benefit of all the sentient beings. May they be detached from sufferings, and may they have all the happiness. So likewise, we have to have the dedications. If we have done an enormous kind of non-virtue, or if we have done too many bad work, then we should have a very strong regret in our mind and try to confess those things and not to repeat the following day. So likewise, if we do keep on doing all these kind of things, then we will have a certain propensities in our mind, we will have a certain kind of habits in our mind, which will automatically direct our mind towards doing, virtuous actions or good work, or towards avoiding all those non-virtuous action.
Then get manyon tang yung to give a man yung na gawa gom give it ours pama senji tamje ke todo sanje topeton na mo dekwa man yung na jopa che rank the don't have me do yen the don't have the jot dekwa zo yan do sam sha kwa zo
So
maong pa tenda zo ga me sam tam cha zo.
So like that, as Lama said before, and then yes, we have to analyze, we have to examine, and this is a very important. It is also kind of practice. So practice to direct ourselves towards the dharmic practices, and for that, yes, of course, if we have done a lot of virtuous actions, a good work, and then we should have a full joy, and we should have certain contentments that, okay, this day I've spent properly. So then if we have done a lot of non-virtuous action, or in Dutch, niet verdienstelijk, or something like that. Yeah, non-virtuous, niet verdienstelijk. That's what I've learned before. So like that, so if we have done bad actions, then we have to feel that, we have, I have done bad things. So like that, you have to have a very strong regret in mind, and after that we have to generate a firm, the commitment or pledge. We should promise that not to repeat the same again in the following day.
That is some kache moris.
Yes. So among the actions of body, mind, and speech, and the speech action and the body's actions is, since it is controlled by our mind, so the mind is very important. So since today is the teaching of Dewachen, so these things are the basic, which is very important to say. So that's why I'm telling it.
Sanje Shenkam Ngayori. We all made Topoko by Shenkam.
Actually, there are 5 Buddha's realm, so 5 pure land. So among them, Homi Tupuko Vishinkam. So this is the one realm of the Buddha.
Sanje.
Homi is the summit of the Buddha's realm.
Number Namze Yogano.
Plus Sangye. So where dwells the Sangye number Namze?
Then Shar number Gawa Shenkam. La Sanje Matupa Yogano.
And then towards the east, the Buddha Mikyopa, or Akshoba in Sanskrit. So Buddha Mikyopa is there.
Yeah. Then it's also Pardan Dembe Shenkan, la Sanje Renchinjung de Yungdo.
Locho Pede Demara.
Also Pardishan.
No. Sangye Susome.
Renchinjung de.
Yes. So, and then towards the south, the pure land of Hojok Pelden Shinkam, so where the Buddha Rinchen Jungne or Ratna Sambhava is residing.
Yeah, you know. Then in Nopso la Dewachen Teaching, la Sanje Opa me Yogodo.
Yes. And towards the western directions to the Buddha, the pure land of Buddha, where resides the Hepame of Buddha Amitabha.
Then sang Lerab Zopishin comes Satan, Sanje Toyotoba Yogodo. Samso Lerab Zopishin comes.
Sangye Susome.
Sanje Toyotoba.
So then towards the pure land of Lerab Dzogpa, where the Buddha Amoghasiddhi resides. Tenyoduba in Tibetan, it's called Tenyoduba resides.
Yeah, then the walk. Then Sanje Shenkam Chiva Mayori Chung Chong Mambo Hitari Yena Yang Din Nang Nita Jie Le Lao Monam Tamna Nop Dewachen Shenkam Te. Read the Yoris.
Yes. So there are 5 Buddhas pure land, and among them the most easiest to be reborn in is the pure land of the western Sukhavati Buddha pure land. So that is the pure land of Amitabha Buddha.
Sanje Opa me Ngoma Lam Jang Betuso Chirag Maongpa Sangye Jegri Nop Dewachen Shenkam Dako Yongari Song the long thing and that song. Then all day Yena Sanje Tamje Da Meshenkan la Semji Tamse Jena Nga Sang Yegi De Mena Nga Sang Yegi me song that song.
Yes.
De Monam Jachen Botam that song.
Okay. Then, when Buddha Amitabha was on the path of practices, or at the time of, the Bodhisattva practices, so during that period, he made such a strong aspirational prayer, saying that until and unless all the sentient beings get completely enlightened, then only I will, seek the complete enlightenment. So this is a very strong aspirational prayer made by the Buddha Amitabha, and he was that time the prophesied to be the Buddha of the western Sukhavati Buddha pure land.
Monam Jachen Botam ne Shenkam Yenda Le Nop Dewachen Shenkam Monatap Sorvatamna Jie Le Lavo Sanje Opa me Monam Kotok read the Yoris.
So because of that strong aspirational prayer, of Buddha Amitabha, what happens is it's very easy to be reborn in that pure land of the Western Sukhavati Buddha pure land. So this is because of the strong aspirational prayer led by Buddha Amitabha.
Data ne karma kaju sanke karma chami ke jali ke Dewachen Teaching data bunge long chek ma dong ko is.
Yes. So
Long top na tin dong cho no.
yes. This is a text of the karma lineage, and then this is an aspirational prayer to be reborn in the Sukhavati Buddha Pure Land. So first of all, I will just read out. That is kind of scriptural authority, you know. If the Lama reads once, that is a scriptural authority that we all get. So then after that, we can just read that text anytime, whenever we want.
Chu se de tela wang long ti se na som thap go go yari. Tene wang ri. Ti ta di lo ju xie yong ri. Tene long ta ma dong ri te la te na tene wang long ti som. Na chang de yori.
So whenever we practice Dharma, or whenever we practice, so the most important thing is we practice according to the directions made by the Buddhas in those scriptural texts. And then in order to follow those scriptural texts, sometimes we need to have initiations, and then sometimes we need to have scriptural authority, sometimes we need to have the thorough commentary explanations. So that is in Tibetan, it's called Wang, Lung, and Ti. Wang means initiation, and the Lung means scriptural authority, and Ti means the commentary explanations. So these three are very, very important to have in order to have a right practices.
Long dong yung se nga ke wa dong du na wa na ne date che ma song na long thok de yoris.
Yes. So
tempo ni go no.
So whenever we are going to receive the scriptural authority, so for that what we need is in a brief form of scriptural authority that Lama reads the text, so we have to listen it with careful, so that whenever we have successfully listened that readings of the Lama, then we have to feel that I have received the scriptural authority to read this text or to practice accordingly.
Nam da de chi jeng mo la yo so am de wa se de ne cha mi thuk dam so la ka pa na yang be ne ti mang bong ka la mi sam pe chu do na de me da na yor de la pe yong che de le pe yong che wa mi de ve sa pe dang ma mi nga ye chu je sa wa yi Rangarama Jora Nyamle Bong and Dolo be sa long ma thop jan dong ne ro ema ho and ne nyama no je soro na ta min ji ma be para na ju ge dong dong be ye sa na ba ta be je ga de ba ji da ge je ma ge ma do ya na de ser ye na tena chom de jer wa pa me pe ma ra gan do je se ji ba go do su da cha la ku lo se de su ji be je de je je sa ni ni bia long se su ge nam sam so yen ya je tong yo be ma do ni da de de da je na ko je de be tu ge je je da la ze ye so je se ba je ne ka po sa yo be ga sa yo do sa je so ba de ye dong bo do ji se be ma yu ni je de sa je da la de so so bo de je lo bo je la ngen de na be jo ga sa je se be ga long se ba ko chang sen do sen da pe se je chu ge nam so so ye sa de be me ko sa la ni re je be je da ko so ko be so lo chu ko na ma da ye re je saya le do je re se je re ya do re je re se wa je sa yo se le do ma de ya do ma se wa ta je tu ge se le do pe ma ya do ra wa je se wa ta je chu ko ba me la su la se je je se du ro de su je ko la se ve da de su je ko je ji Kante pe namdo kanjo tata tuki je sabji kunji kanto kanhe se tato bande solo jino suku je pa mela solo loji same se pa mato pa chi la te jaga mono to se koi dewa chi to che pe mola ondo pa to sune chi ne te pa sunde pa mela solo pa jami imenda angwen some chogo chi la te jaga kupe sora taba ne la yenda malmi pa mato pa se pa yam lobje taba so sumi chi pa malu Gombo se pa me la sam tara lo tong so me jega de ram ja ta mi ba de jega ye ba sa ba be pa be se la de ba ji tu ne de be ta mo je de so de sa ra pa me la go sa ta ga je ba me be se tu de ka ye me ba nyin kong ru be le je sam je de pa ji ba na de sa jo nam ne ser ma dong go ba me la su la sa je ba me se tu ne de sa ni bo ma da ba me je ne sa ba je sera ko do se nam da jo ra de je ga ba me la su da lo ka da ke lu da long chu ge sa ra je ngu su jo ba je ba je ta hi de da ra je do de to ba to su je je ne ge da je da se ba ja la lo me lo jo lo ye lang de ba me lam ba ra da ba je tu ge do je ba me to do ge je tu ma me ba tu de da ba so ke ma se le da ba sa Luce me che sono solo io sono chiamato sono anche per me che posso io non si lo guardava da ieri me che sono solo fa male po da tu se va già con la ne se ci va se mi ngai le sono già che non che se lo va ba cosa che ti la anche le ne va me de che se tollo già con già la sono de so pa te no de lo so pa ci van sa qua con lo già che Sempre se le diceva che se si vanno una curvata per me decisa quando lo c'è qui e quindi me nel vedo ngara te la roba tu ya me deciso in samba same ngara te vede che passa mi lenge se quando lo c'è poi mi chiede la yo sono tan panto so ya ni de singa so de llevando lo ya no uchi nga ja sam se la ba nya ma to lo ja to je ya na ba ja sa to nya ba to lo ja to ba ma ji me ke le me to je to Ramji kada ma de guarda de ma ji do je jab lo ko so to la ya te do ma to so ma ji je pe to ma pho kwa do je ba mi na che me da na ze de ba khong do tong so da ngo sa je da je ba chen be che se do me na ma da be a na ma be je se na tam ja so de che ga ba me ba de je da ji so da ba de je lo ji je ga ba se ba tu be te la tha ko me di se pang ne nyang ne da ga be ji so ya ra na de so da to ba de ba wa no do so je ga no ko na ye ra la mi sa ji jo Rodo ja se ja la ya ngo me ge cho bo bang be ge wa ji su ji ba ta wa do ma de de ba na ba ko ma de ge do ba tong da de be ta mi ji wo da ba jong sa de ning je gu ye ju la ju ge wa de ko na ya ra ngo so ju je te ram ja tham je na do sa je ne mo ma do ba de na la ju je ngo ne je ngo do ko ba da ge do ko ye do je ba je sa si ge ten zeng ge be xi nyang yin da ba je ko te da la nyang e me da ju ba so ne do da ge do ge wa na do wa sin ji ko ye do ko ye na mi sa je kam som ko wa do ne do je te ge wa da la ni me ne te do mi che wa jo je che ne mi lang so je be lo de pa je de mi ya je ka ga do de se wa me je da je sam ba do ko chu de ye do te do na pe do da je me lo do de ma do ba re cho da la so ko ne se bi che ma Cho pe san je ba me ke thang ke ko je kan do ngo son je ba je do ye ke thang wa je she ba do han me ba cho san che ba sim ba je je ne do do je na wa so de ba che na lam tu lam na de ma re cho nge so do nga so me la me de je me ta jo te la tak sin che wa re cho tu mo me ne ta de ba ko an da ye ne de la che wa cho me ne me ra che che ga na che ta me nyo tu nge ni ma ba che ba me da la ye de je to de pe se ye do ba ba da me ba re cho ne do se non thon ro me la je ma me lam je cha ye pa sa me ba sa cha ye ri ka ye da ma la ye je ka je da de ba ma do ve che ba jo da me ko ve je so je to ne ta ba ye de ba je je ka se de me ba tu ba re cho cha ye de ba ko je de sa gu ne le thar ba je na je so je nam ka da je ke de ka ne de me ba ke je yo la do de ba je do se ba ko de ra sa je ba me ngo so yu ba sha thong de qua ta me je ta ba cho je ne je je ba me do me do nyang bo la ju de che ba le ba Thế thế nhỉ là lựa chọn này xem về đem về lựa cho bây giờ mình sẽ tôi lo răng gặp cho tôi để tôi sai cho tôi tôi này mình đâu cần mình sẽ san ja che về trong tên đã là mình cho chỉ bạn tôi ba mẹ tôi sẽ ba mẹ bà cha tôi bây giờ tôi mẹ bây cái gì đó phải đi cái để làm tôi tốt bụng mà rồi thế đã nằm xuống rồi mẹ bây giờ rồi mình trong tôi nằm năng là san ja là quan tâm bạn tôi bây giờ cho bạn bây giờ tôi cũng muốn Chỉ tao cả sang mấy bạn là bây giờ bỏ ra là cho nó chỉ ngay ở đường đâu đi tụi mình sẽ khai sẽ bắt ra Jere Zega Dang Dorma Dang Sa Dora Bim Jong Seva Jan Jagin Jiba Jabi Jawang Dang Samu Shonyo Dorane Dechi Tokpa Meba Samar Sho Sho the Jede Sa Lai Meng Savan Do Song Soja Da Jiba 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 Karzang De Karpi Dewachi Jashajik the Karpa Rami Chiva Me Tato Shangan the Zimbari Sho Saman Zumi Barakazan De Sajana Jirinda No Judo Sanjay Joja Tamjin Laya the Janga Tawami Bandu Vasco Saja Seva Jatung Rajiv Saja Saja Jangu Yoko Batu Chiko Bachika Konechivana Devaji Janka Konechivana Devaji Shiva Sure. Varenche Saja Kuchuna Jaja Then Yang Pishing the Java Shore and Chi Tamale, the Bakajino, the Best Monsar Championship, the Java Shop, the Jedi, the two one to think about Medopementation, the payment of the member. Zertila to Sanje, Yam Si, Champion, the Java Yamaguja, Damadani, Dang. Dada Varambon Tapsola, so bad, don't have to the two mammy, they were jumping the Java meeting on the Java. Tamjeko, Luce, Mr. Jendo, La Sotola, so the meeting was in the Jinga, the permission the Java, the Gina, the Jerek. Jendo long joy at the measure. Jendo long joy at the temple. So to be good, I don't make the Mamika, the general melody, change, long of Zugda, long Georgia, better, Bonga, job, major development, development, the one to say the want to say the that's all the Martin has just a general to go to the Betu, and our drama, that the thing which you don't tell you. If you to begin the Java, you was Sanja, Bamika, Daminian, and the Navik. Pame, the Sheva, Karakonga, the Vanilla, the Benefit, just a genus, the Manayate, you know, the Better, the better on the genus, but Sanja was. Parsai Jarbo, Ships, and Jerove, Jarata, Joya, Basavata, Tato, you were the Young in the Tayatama, Savata, Marathon, the could say them by Janet, Danya, Sayata, the Nepatan and documented about them into one of your women, don't want me to take you, was but you were not there. Said I ship on me jumped in a kind of kitchen, and so I'm going to let him mother message to the mother you were going to but the Sanjay Kosum is another gentleman, the Medan and the Medan and the Parisho. When Joseph was the other better day, I want more than I saw him 100%. So good, the Jerry and the Music and the mother. So I see Journey, saw some Sarnam, Bum Turtle, you were so. Then Rav Jab Chan, then Kinu, Tamayang, Sardan, Chesar, Rab the Macha, then Loda, Macha, Tamana. Nam cấp sơ khá nộp đôi cho nên Dewachen Teaching kháng ý là tính chứ ba mê là thân mô chá ra tê ba tê chê kê tu na tê đê tê ba chê sê rê sê ma Dewachen đôi chê vê tê su mê tê đô khen cung đô đăng bê ma kār bố chê mê ngā đá lá sụp gung ba yé nô xê kê long rā gā xê chá vā đô wā sēm chī Mangbo, Dewachen the Jeva, George, so the Jeva, the Jacob, the Jera, the Bakuja, but give us some Jacob on Dogos and the Jacob, the Jacob, the Jera, the Nam Yang Chamber, Temple, Joramata, Dewachen, the Bemukasan, and the Jacob, Samaya Jaja Chipan, then the Turco Major Dorji, Telma, Amala, Dubana, Emma, Home, Sarasana, the Joe to give him the the Jingo Savada Mabaya Devaja, and then the Major the Pamajavara Terrajin and Diana, the Tagamata, and the Susan, the Community, the Pedita, Bodan. 소와 시반단의 turku menjordoji guno chusum senchangelo 사가다베 치드나 소거는 남제 샤르색베 세상제 나wan 타예지 engososung마wo 소대 강가도게 잠수대 봉원레데 송노르부터 자는데 다见身투상양 생초대 생비설제냐 마마메 소대설 주지메 이제 남간도 남저바 나나나만주 바란터바글레 세계단들인 거제 다르면 생지주로군 삼직대 진행 도쇼지방 두 삼아영의 저왕부 나가라제 세모데니 더베생 모색수 다제지 바겔렉서 저라제 좀더야 담제관이 담라니 이가나 제발란도 바에서 벤솔란도 와라쇼 너야 다데리 산제 담제 생칸 망보 요리 예나양 생칸 담제 낭니 되니 제레라고 소라 답마나 잡네 되니 데와진지 생칸데 리데 요리스
So actually, there are many pure lands in pure lands of Buddhas. So among them, because of, as it was mentioned already, so because of the strong aspirational prayer method, Buddha Mitaba, the western land of Sukhavati, or the pure land of Buddha Mitaba, is very easy to be reborn there.
데리더니 나 내가 진짜 생각한데 산제 세와 착착 자 동차 제표 딱게 산제 지생 건제 연대 탐제 domja yoris
연대 상호 돔 요레스
산제 세와 착착 자 동차 제표 딱게 산제 생 연대 탐제 다 내가 진짜 domja yoris.
So this the quality of the Sukhavati Dewachen, or the joyous pure land, has got a it's a condensed, or it comprises all the qualities of the enormous uncountable Buddhas. No.
Then Dewachen 생각 sabje kunyambo. Je zambalan katatan jekte je kam dele te saya namka to tenis sabje kunya lantertar tomi me pa tenda sacha yoris yang je jachewa saje ozen barba.
So when I have to describe about the pure land of Sukhavati, the land is at the level, it's not like ups and downs, but it's a level like a palm top, and it's glowing or luminous with different lights, and then it's the surface is a little bit higher than this earth.
Ngara su sacha denda o mai pa rubber te teng de song ne ma nem ya cha nan pariyong tenda o ke deva kin jambo ke sacharis.
So it's not like the earth like we are dwelling. So it's very soft, and if it sometimes it bounds up when we jump on it. So it's a kind of very much compatible while walking and while moving around.
Then Rinpoche na sokwa le top de pe sheng. Then paksam je sheng. Loma tazap dewa Rinpoche na sokwa yamba. Tanda ke sheng yoris.
Yes. And then the trees are all decorated with the different fruits, and then the different jewels. No. And wish-fulfilling jewels. The Paksam Gishing means wish-fulfilling, the tree of wish-fulfilling.
Paksam Sheng the Sheng.
Wish-fulfilling trees.
Gundu Karen Jong na.
So one gets whatever one desire.
Then Loma Tarzap, Dewachen Rinpoche not so bad. The Shank thing na Sanjake, Turesa, Kenyaboda, then.
Yes.
Then it's Sapata Jacheva, Chujake da.
Yes.
Dictate Sapake, Mari, Chuka da no more. Then I will go on such a book, Sheng, like a Jeva, Mona Jagondos.
So then over there, the trees are adorned with the beautiful flowers and beautiful leaves, and then beautiful the fruits, and then the full of very sweet voice. Birds are there, and from them we will listen. We can hear the profound teachings of Buddha's Dhamma. So we have to make an aspirational prayer to be reborn in such a place.
It is a book, Puka, Yana Jeda Demba, they get to do the Chuja Zimbo. Marang Subataka, Ndavo Mari, Rinpoche, not so far, Kate and Nikenza.
So then over there, the waters are endowed with, they possess the 8 qualities of water, and then it's a scented water, and then there are beautiful ponds, and then the ladders made out of precious jewels, like rubies or lapis lazuli, and likewise.
Then it took a Zimbo Cantala, Metal Pema, Techamboji, Mambojedo. Then he paid me other metal, other part of my patrol.
Yes. So then around the pool or around the pond or lake, so there are many flowers, and in the pond there's a lotus flower with a very scented fume or scented smell, and then having a lot of lights in it, which glows everywhere and looks very luminous.
Dewachen Tanka,
So that is the Tanka of Dewachen, the Sukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land. So we are just talking about that Pure Land. Then, their spring or their we can visualize on the tip of each and every rays the Tsundue Sangirva and the Nirvana Kaya Buddha.
Then we am saying Bushen to Jevacho, Mahu Jeta, Nesong Dramada, Numong Tonga to some Neda Don Jada, one pong, Tapsula Sopa. Don't have time to hang that to my Myongsi.
Yes. So that place is very marvelous and very wonderful, where one will not hear even the slightest of the sufferings of the lower realms, and then we will not hear at all the sufferings which the lower realm experience. So we will hear all the time the joyous things. No.
For me, making on the Jeva Missy.
Yes.
Jimmy Comni Jeva, Rangamari, Meto Pemana.
So over there, like while taking birth, we will not take birth from the mother's womb, but we will just, like spring up from the lotus.
Zamble like a manda or lala rain, lala tongue, Kadona, Manda, Tenda, Mari, Tamje, good Chemi, Sergento, Pong Se Nyamba, then okay, Dewachen Teaching Tamche read the yours.
Yes.
Well, I took to Shabla, same page Jing.
우선 죽도록
Moshi,
그래서
Moshi, I thank them.
그래서
Kanga.
무엇인가 되니 챔백이 때문에 so over there, the people's the complexions is also unlike the various complexions that we have, but over there everybody will have golden complexions, and then we'll have what do you call it, like protuberance, the protuberance on the top, and tsukto, the protuberance, and then having all the major and minor, like 80 and 32 marks, possessing all those things, and having the 5 clairvoyants, means 5 clairvoyants, that we will have that. So we will have enormous kinds of qualities in our body.
Teni Ramzo Rinchi na so yaye kangba. Da Rinpoche na so bala top zeben kangba. Jindu longju yila. Jindu longju te songkang lan ro nyo da manda tena cha go mari. Yila temba samje ne lakwa la sab yongani.
So, and then there's the mention of a house. A house built up naturally by the precious jewels, and then where we will find the wish-fulfilling, like possessions or wealth. Or Chide Longche means wish-fulfilling wealth. So whatever we wish, whatever we desire, we'll have that. So there isn't such things that, okay, this belongs to him or her, but like everybody can have whatever we wish, and there isn't the self-grasping, self-grasping. So there isn't at all. So then whatever, like the teachings of the Buddhas, also it's like like coming to the palm.
Teni te yem long meto. Meto ka chatamba te yemboke.
So then we will have a scented flower showering instead of rain.
Teni shengda cholong pemo tamje le yito wa zugda tero rigza.
So then even the rivers and the trees and everything will have all the 5 wealth. Sugda chiro rekja means like the possessions of body. Da means the like a sweet sound. Ti means and then good smell, and Ra means good taste, and rekja means good touching. So everything will be there.
Sepa mepa karendona.
And not exhausting or not finishing, like comes again and again.
Deni yo jamo chopesamo lai pomo janjang zongzipo danimbo tejimbo jinten tamje deni jendo longju kare gold lamsang te yong.
And then all the wish fulfilling, like offerings will be met by all the angels over there.
Deni dokpan de serenji yare kang nyavar ni do na ya Rinpoche ni che gar nenga lab yong yoris.
So over there, whenever we sleep, the bed and the house is all built up by the precious jewels.
Teni sadan chojen yeshen cholong romoso tupando na teni tege da nyembo tupando na nyemba da mendo sena yang da radio set up zolenda yong.
No. So then over there we can hear all the sweet songs of birds, and then all the dharma sounds, and whatever is soothing to our ear in listening. So we will have that. And if we don't want those noise, we can just switch off automatically by nature.
Te Dewachi je cho jikti kham jendra ka cho mari dusakhe chori cholong de na todang kan karin dog na deni jong dog hi ten dang ka yong dog.
So then over there in the Sukhavati Bhavan, the lake and the rivers are unlike the rivers and the water that what we have now, but it's endowed with the 8 qualities, and which is of the moderate temperature, not so hot, not so cold, and then having all the qualities of the water.
Ne to na ka te na yi to pekeng de je heng de zok pa sanje o pa me kar pa trami nyang me da ba sanje o pa me.
So this is a pure. This is a pure land of the Buddha Amitabha, who has aspirationally made some commitments not to get enlightenment until and unless all the sentient beings attain the complete enlightenment.
Then da wo ke yeng bo te ni o pa me ke nyam do de cho dog.
So that we can abide or we can dwell with the Buddha Amitabha for such a long time.
Then namje o pa me te shevar shek karpa kanga long se ma ni je par de ban ne be se jasap kene exam da sanje o pa me then Dewachi ne sang je sang song na che then jasap kene ze yong dog.
So then when as Buddha Amitabha has met such a commitments of getting enlightenment, after all the sentient beings getting enlightenment. So then what happens is, and then when we get enlightenment over there, so then we will, so then, it's actually we say the representatives of all the Buddhas is Avalokiteshvara, gets up Cherisi. So then we have to have a certain aspiration of prayer also, not to detach from his, association with the Buddha of compassions, that is Avalokiteshvara.
Yeah, the Jene ze sang jendo do ya sanje patak jar pokhena sanje jongo dong.
Then the Kagisum changes.
Jene sang jene. Sanje ozer kone papaya patak jar pokhib sanje bese. Te tu na yang, te tu su te da nyam do ne de chong dong.
So then in the durations. So then what happens is Buddha of compassions or Avalokiteshvara, when attained complete enlightenment, then there's another Buddha which called Pelse Gepo. So when it turns into the Pelse Gelpo, then we can also have associations with him, and we can also listen the teachings from him. So at that time we can live for the enormous period of time. Bumja Tuk actually means the 6 lakh. Bumja Tuk Jutsa 66 lakhs. The lakhs, 100,000 makes 1 lakh. So 10 million, or I don't know. So it's an enormous period of time. So then we will have associations with all those Buddhas, like Tujen Thop, and so we can also listen the teachings from them. So there are enormous Buddhas. So the Sangyenge di Sure. Jabula Mazu Gyurgurwa. So
there are Yönden Norbu Tsekpa means the Norbu Tsekpa means like the piling of the gems. So that's a Buddha name for Yönden Norbu Tsekpa. So then from him also we can receive a lot of teachings and we can abide by him too.
Then Sanje Tela Chobambor Chuni Chebe Chuji Tapukan, the Yutan Daga Send the Jimata, she got up with you, the Lamizo Sanje Topato. Then down Sanje Marang Sanje top floor. Malabja.
So like that, then we have to make such a aspirational prayer or aspirational commitments in to become enlightened beings for the benefit of all the sentient beings.
Then Nami Zogu Sanje Topato Zoxa again, the Sepa Mapata, Sanje Sepa make it say down. Sela Sepa Mapa, then I will send to some documenting to these Sanje can say that Tuba Sanje Senki Tamjetani, Major Troll to Sanje Tang Mapando and Demba Lasowa, Demi, Hantum Dodu, Pami, Yendum, Badamay.
So aspirational prayer is should be met that may our lifespans be like a Buddha Amitayu, the Tsepa Mepa, and then by hearing the names of the Buddhas, all those Buddhas like Amitayus and all, so just by hearing, may the many sentient beings be liberated from this samsara. So likewise, the aspirational prayer should be met.
Thank but said as when I'm dying, he's a me, but you could not want to by me, said he by me jumped in. Can you kick and say in a Sunday? When you legend, I mean, Matopa, nature don't soon have just most no pa, and Jackpa, there's Tamje, Dewachen, Savani, young Maris.
So we will not have any sort of the fear and any sort of harms or any sort of obstacles or hindrances in that Sukhavati Bhavan, in Sukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha.
And it is that when you legend, I mean, Matoba Major to Major more than Jibak on the Jabba. Dan the Chiji senses have that long jack that don't have gonna jump the that she put some so called angel of Sanjay Kusuni, the Juni Major, the which is a Molan Roberto. Conchosona Sunda, the Pesete, our Bodana, so saying it out that there was a Monam Jeba, that drop songs.
So, and then likewise, then at the end, we have to make, the dedication prayers. So this is a aspirational prayer of Mahasukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha, and then we have completed right now the scriptural authority of this precious aspirational prayer text. And then with that we have done a little bit of explanation too. Now.
Conchosona Sam Salo, Namo Mensa here, Namo Serga, Namo Sama, here, Soha, he, June, Sam Sana, Sam Buntil, and John Rogan.
So this is a verse, the powerful verse. Kunjosumla Chatselo, Namo Manjushiriye, Namo Sushiriye, Namo Uttama Shiriye. So when we by reciting this, then if we make the three prostrations, then that will multiply the millions, 10 millions
of. Bomberton your songs, then rap chupcha and then kinu, Tamayang sa doing chin, rap them macha and then loda sa macha tama, tamana, caps can up enjoy the Dewachen Teaching. Hila changing or pamela thermo jarde. They pass the check it on, send the parche, says. Sema Dewachen the chair were testing your maris.
Yes. So what it says is, like
if possible, we have to make uncountable or so as many as we can, we have to offer the prostrations, and in the middle, for example, whatever we can, how much our body can, like we have to make prostration, and at least, for example, if we cannot do too much, then at least the 7 time prostrations that we have to do. So if we do like this continuously, then what happens is, then by facing towards the north, and if we then facing towards the north and making such visualizing the Buddha Bhumi of Sukhavati or Amitabha's, like Sukhavati, so visualizing it in front of us, then making a folded hand to the Buddha Amitabha. So if we single-mindedly, if we make the aspirational prayer like this, to the west, then Sedi Parchesel, and then all the hindrances, obstacles of this life will be dispelled or removed, and then in the next there isn't a doubt, even the slightest of doubt, that we will surely take a rebirth in that Buddha Pure Land of Buddha Sukha, Buddha Amitabha. Dewachen do Shenku, Tang Pema Karpo. Chimi ngada la sokman do tamcheni the Dewachen Yante Payong Song Yoris. So like the benefits of this aspirational prayer of Sukhavati Bhumi or Buddha Amitabha's Dewachen. So it's mentioned in Tanda Do Shingui Songwa. So the Sutra of Shingui, like the Bhumi Sutra, and then the Pundarika Amara Sutra. So Pema Karpo Chime. So these are Nada. So it's mentioned in detail in these spiritual texts.
Te gelang raga aksi jarwa.
Yes, Kurangi.
Chamir Muchijan. Jin Mangbo Devachin the Jeve. George Mona Japan.
So it's the Bhikshu Raga'a has compiled it, and in order to benefit the sentient being to be reborn in the Buddha Bhumi of Buddha Amitabha.
Then this was the Java said, Jagosuni Zola and the Moari.
So then after that comes the dedications which we have.
Moari. There, Devachi Mona Duba. And
then there's a brief form of Buddha Amitabha's aspirational prayer, or the brief form of aspirational prayer of Sukhavati Bhumi. So
Any Mona Dupa de Lola Lane, Devachin, Denis, Sesana, Kukuna, Grona, Dena. Devachin, Chanja, King. Sesana, Sanjay Obami, Devachin, Lasso come true. Kusapa Kuna, Tenda on tree. Rodua, Tano Sola, Kako, Devachin, and Rogi, some. So go. Go the young do go not Devachin Shankan, go take you some. Devachin, do join the Devachin teen. Then they combine on go those. Sani. You went to certain things to go with it. Then they take that to combine on song, less level yori. Yeah, then.
So what it says is, what Lama said just now is, right now we read the detailed way of aspirational prayer, and as well as the brief form of aspirational prayer, the Melam, Dewachen Melam, the Sukhavati aspirational prayer. And then the brief form is not that much long. It's better if you memorize it, and then if you see it again and again, so that will benefit a lot. And then not only that, we have to visualize the Sukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha, all the times, while eating, while staying, or while sitting, or while walking. And so we have to think in that way. While eating, for example, just I'm offering the food to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of 10 directions in order to be reborn in that Sukhavati Bhumi of Buddha Amitabha. And then while sitting also, I'm just sitting in order to get reborn in that place. And while going also, now I'm proceeding towards the Buddha Amitabha Sukhavati Bhumi. And then while putting on the clothes also, like we have to visualize in that way. So this is a very important thing. And while sleeping at night, when we put our head on the pillow, we have to visualize that I'm facing towards the western directions where the Sukhavati Bhumi of Buddha Amitabha is there. So likewise, all the time, if you make it the daily habits, then that will benefit a lot. And when we later on, when we get very much tired, or when we get very much old, then that time it really benefits.
Then Dewachen meto pemani, dusi chumenani, jeyongari.
Yes.
Sanje meto kasele, Sanje Sharjario, Sanje Kajalola, Sanchip de Shenyori. The Shengtan, Sanje Sharjala, Karbatong the Sajal, the Patamjik, Pamola Nima Put Sharlanda. Lamsam, Nepan Rogani, Satangbo top dog. Sanje Shanjalela. Dewachen, didn't he? Run. Mota Gogomari, Pizzi Gogomari, Canada, Sanje Shekam, Yenda, Lata, Canado Sana, Tanto Chong, Port Chog. See, Chopazo. An important. Sanje Yenda la Chuchondo, Gado, Gomo Yang, Dewachen Sorkam by. Then I won't cut the near Ramang. Yoria.
Yes. So then over there, like as it was mentioned by Lama, and then we will not be born from the mother's womb, but we will take birth from the lotus bird, or from lotus. And then once the lotus is blossom, or when it opens, then we will see the Buddha Amitabha and sitting in front of the Bodhi tree. And then once we see him, and all the non-virtues that we have accumulated during the period of uncountable lives taken in this eons, the thousands of eons, then all the non-virtues will be dispelled, like the frost being, melted by the first rays of the sun. So likewise, then we will attain the first stage. There are 10 stages in order to reach the Buddha stage. So we will attain simultaneously the first stage. So then wherever, if we really wanted to go to the other Pure Land, so we can just go it, like traveling by aeroplane or something like that. We can just, as Lama showed the red shawl, we can just fly, in the morning, and then receive the teachings and come back to Sukhavati Bhumi in the evening, So likewise, we can do it.
They didn't Zamzamna, Zambalangla, Port. Maraka family tamje ke gewa jogendo dikwa zogendo tapje tang dikwa jogendo na dikwa mazo ba tap selapte chu jogo na ga gom tarong chu kong dom perwa ke selapte tanda vene teni zamjana zambalang na yongo yoris.
So then the Buddha, when we can also do the enormous kind of benefits to the other sentient beings. For example, coming to this samsara, coming back to the samsara, and then seeing what the sentient beings are doing. If the sentient beings are very much indulged in non-virtuous deeds, so we will just stop them from doing, and we will show them the right path. We will show them the right path to get complete enlightenment and the complete cessations of all the sufferings. And then if they are doing the virtuous deeds, then we will just we can give them certain teachings in order to promote more and more. So likewise, we can also benefit the sentient beings in an enormous way.
Mm-hmm. Dewachi yonti sanje shinkam tamche nangni yonti chesho. De sanje wapa mega manang ka top kare.
So yes, this is the Sukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha, where we can easily be reborn, and which has got enormous qualities. That is because of the strong aspirational prayer made by Buddha Amitabha.
Jala denda woche yona langsa yaksa gondo. Legela lega mangbo yari. Dewachi sanje chopan bor something lagwa the left side.
So likewise in this world, whatever the objects that we possess, we need a certain space to keep that, and that occupies a certain space too. And then, but in Devachins, whatever we wish, we will have on our palm instantly.
That Devachin la repate. He la gom tu jondo comba. Ta comba zoko. Comba. Jikti je leka la comba yona les la whatever. They choose Jewari.
So the most important thing is that we have to visualize again and again to make it a habit, or daily habits. So once it becomes our daily habits of visualizing these sort of things. Yes. No. So when we wake up early in the morning, and we should have a certain firm commitments that this day I'm going to spend by doing a virtuous action, by doing a good work. And in this day I will just begin with, and then I will do the whole day in order to avoid all the non-virtuous actions or bad work. So likewise, we have to have a very firm commitment when we wake up early in the morning. So when we sleep in the night times, and we have to check, we have to analyze, or we have to examine. So how many virtuous actions that we have done it, or how many non-virtuous actions that we have done it. So before going to bed, we have to check it. And then if we have done an enormous kind of virtuous action, good work, if we have done a good work, then we should feel happy, and then we should dedicate all those virtues for the benefit of all the sentient beings. For the benefit of all the sentient beings, may they be detached from sufferings, and may they have all the happiness. So likewise, we have to have the dedications. If we have done an enormous kind of non-virtue, or if we have done too many bad work, then we should have a very strong regret in our mind, and try to confess those things and not to repeat the following day. So likewise, if we keep on doing all these kind of things, then we will have a certain propensities in our mind, we will have a certain kind of habits in our mind which will automatically direct our mind towards doing, virtuous actions or good work, or towards avoiding all those non-virtuous action.
Then get that man, that yet tang you to give among you, not Gawang Gom. Give us our Pama Senki Tamjeka Tondo, Sanje Topatona. No. They were among you and Jopate. Oh, rank the don't have Mando Yen, the don't have the Jot, they were Zogando, some Shakwazo.
So,
Maong Batenda, Zogamay, some Tamjazo.
So, like that, as Lama said before, and then, yes, we have to analyze, we have to examine, and this is a very important, it is also kind of practice, so practice to direct ourselves towards the dharmic practices. And for that, yes, of course, if we have done a lot of virtuous actions, a good work, and then we should have a full joy, and we should have a certain contentments that, okay, this day I've spent properly. So then if we have done a lot of non-virtuous action, or in Dutch, niet verdienstelijk, or something like that, yeah, non-virtuous, niet verdienstelijk. That's what I've learned before. So like that, so if we have done bad actions, then we have to feel that, we have, I have done bad things. So like that, you have to have a very strong regret in mind, and after that we have to generate a firm, the commitment or pledge. We should promise that not to repeat the same again in the following day.
That is some Kachemoris.
Yes. So among the actions of body, mind, and speech, and the speech action and the body's actions is, since it is controlled by our mind, so the mind is very important.
Oh yeah, that is the need that share Dewachen Teaching.
So since today is the teaching of Dewachen, so these things are the basic, which is very important to say. So that's why I'm telling it.
Sanje Shenkam Ngayori. We all make Topoko by Shenkam.
Actually, there are 5 Buddha's realm, so 5 pure land. So among them, Homi Tupuko Vishinkam. So this is the one realm of the Buddha.
Sanje.
Homi is the summit of the Buddha's realm.
Number Namze Yogano.
Plus Sangye. So where dwells the Sangye number Namze?
The Shar number Gawa Shenkam. La Sanje Matupa Yogano.
And then towards the east, the Buddha Mikyopa, or Akchoba in Sanskrit. So Buddha Mikyopa is there.
Yeah. Then it's also Pardan Dembe Shenkan, Sanje Renchin Jung de Yungdo.
Locho Pede Dembara?
Also Pardition.
No. Sangye Susome.
Renchin Jung de.
Yes. So, and then towards the south, the pure land of Hojok Pelden Shinkam, so where the Buddha Rinchen Jungne or Ratna Sambhava is residing.
Yeah, you know. Then no so la no Dewachen Teaching, la Sanje Opa me Yogodo.
Yes. And towards the western directions to the Buddha, the pure land of Buddha, where resides the Hepame of Buddha Amitabha.
Then sang Lerab Zopuchen comes Satan, Sanje Toyotoba Yogodo. Some so Lerab Zopuchen comes.
Sangye Susome.
Sanje Toyotoba.
So then towards the Pure Land of Lerab Dzogpa, where the Buddha Amoghasiddhi resides. Tengyo Duba in Tibetan, it's called Tengyo Duba resides.
Yeah, then okay. Then Sanje Shenkam, Chiva, Mayori, Chung Chong Mangbo Hedari, Yena Yang, Din Nang Nita, Jie Le Lao, Monam Tamna, Nop Dewachen Teaching Kante, read the Yoris.
Yes. So there are 5 Buddhas Pure Land, and among them the most easiest to be reborn in is the Pure Land of the Western Sukhavati Buddha Pure Land. So that is the Pure Land of Amitabha Buddha.
Sanje Opa May Ngoma, Lam Jang Betuso, Chirak Maongpa Sang Jegri, Nop Dewachen Teaching Kanta Koyongari, Song the Long Thing, and that song. Then all day, Yena, Sanje Tamje da, Mission Kana, Senji Tamse Jena, not Sang Jegi, they may not Sang Jegi song, that song.
Yes.
They Monam Jachem Botam that song.
Okay. Then, when Buddha Amitabha was on the path of practices, or at the time of, the Bodhisattva practices, so during that period, he made such a strong aspirational prayer, saying that until and unless all the sentient beings get completely enlightened, then only I will, seek the complete enlightenment. So this is a very strong aspirational prayer made by the Buddha Amitabha, and he was that time the prophesied to be the Buddha of the Western Sukhavati Buddha Pure Land.
Then Monam Jachem Botam ne, Shenkam Yenda Le, Nop Dewachen Teaching Kana, Monatap. Sorbatamna, Jele Savo, Sanje Obamega Monam Katoke, read the Yoris.
So, because of that strong aspirational prayer, of Buddha Amitabha, what happens is it's very easy to be reborn in that pure land of the Western Sukhavati Buddha Pure Land. So this is because of the strong aspirational prayer made by Buddha Amitabha.
That ne, Karma Kaju Sanke, Karma Chamik, Zayalik, Dewachen Monam, read that Abunga long, Jigman Dongo is.
Yes. So,
long top nothing, don't show them.
Yes. This is a text of the Karma lineage, and then this is an aspirational prayer to be reborn in the Sukhavati Buddha Pure Land. So first of all, I will just read out. That is kind of scriptural authority, if the Lama reads once, that is a scriptural authority that we all get. So then after that, we can just read that text anytime, whenever we want.
Choose a detailer. Wang long tea. Then a some top go yori. Then Wang ri. Tea ta the loju here youngry. Then long tata man dongri tell that any one long tree some. Not sang the yoris.
So whenever we practice Dharma, or whenever we practice, so the most important thing is we practice according to the directions made by the Buddhas in those scriptural texts. And then in order to follow those scriptural texts, sometimes we need to have initiations, and then sometimes we need to have scriptural authority, sometimes we need to have the thorough commentary explanations. So that is in Tibetan, it's called Wang, Lung, and Ti. Wang means initiation, and the Lung means scriptural authority, and T means the commentary explanations. So these three are very, very important to have in order to have a right practices.
Long don't you think I could don't now I know that check my song a long talk there or this.
Yes. So
Then when you go and those.
So whenever we are going to receive the scriptural authority, so for that what we need is in a brief form of scriptural authority that Lama reads the text, so we have to listen it with careful, so that whenever we have successfully listened that readings of the Lama, then we have to feel that I have received the scriptural authority to read this text or to practice accordingly.
Namda Dewachen Mola Yoso Am Dewache. Then Chami took down so Lagapa Nayang Beneti Mangongala Amisam Pejudo na the Medana Yor. De la Peunche, de la Peunche, Wami, de Vesapet Dangami. Ngaye chuje sawai rangarama joranyamle bonganda dolog ye besa lungma tobjan donero ema bonda ne nyamano je sorona tamini ni mabara na juge dendo babe ya na bata bijenga devaji dage jor mege mando ya na serveyela tena chomte jerwa pa me pe mara kan do je jiba go so da chala kulo se te so ji be je de je zani ni bia long se Sugar nam some so yeah, just don't joke about my don't die then the Jina go to the Betuki and Dala Zayas and Bachelor. Capo, Sayo Vegas, I on the Sayo Battery, don't go to the Baby Mayu, Sajadala, they saw some border Jalan Bojalang and then the Joga Sayo Sabek to up. Good young said, don't say that Pepsi, sugar nam so yeah, said the Mugusalani, Jimmy, the good best of the logical no one again. Saya letter the Jere, and the Jere, the Wasavaja, was a little Madea, the Masavata, to give us a little payment. And Dora Jezavata, to go about Mela Sudala, the Sujikola, the Sujikoji. Kande Ben Amdo Ganjo, the Jessica to Gan, the Mandasology, the Pamela Sudology. Same Mazoba, Chila, the Jagamono, the second Dewachen, the Jim Monondo, Pasunation, and the Masun Baba Milas. Vajami Himanda. I'm going to some Chila, the Jagabes or the Tavanella, and the Mamma, but the Bayan of Yatabato to meet Malis. Gumbo Seba Mela, Bamela, Santara Lord, Tongo Jagatin, and Jatami Badi. Yabasa Baba. Baba Dewaji, Tune, the Betanamo, the Sarah Pamela goes out, Bama, but say to the Kayam, but you go to bed. Legit subject, the Pachibana, the Sajalam, the Serma, don't go on board, Pamela, to the Sajabami, say to the Netherlands, Mother, Maker, the Sarah, the Satam, Jor, the Jago, Pamela, to the Loga. Dr. Luta long to get a jang, so Java, Goya lang there, Pamela Barada, better to give the Yepameto, to my bed to the Pasoki Mazilla, but Luja makes about the tomato song and Javanga make a bottle of the lower tower, the Yaji makes a bottle. Pama, that you say, but Jericho and City, but something I left on the jug and get the Baku to the Laka. Never time they say, don't look, Jaco, Jola, soon as the Sopaita and Madilla, but you want. So what Golo Jacobs, same case, the Kivak, I just abandoned a Kurvada to meet the Kisa, when the Loja go away, the winning. Never don't at the Lava to Yama, the Kisa, Zamba, Salming, and the Wedding, but the Milling is the one to Loja from my Yellow. Just over down Panton, so again, you did the singer, so that the Gerano, which you give. Manga Jazam said, Lava, Yamatoloja, the Javiana, Babaja, Yamatoloja, Domba, Majimagil, Ramji Kadama, the water, the Majidology, Chabuan, Sotola, Domata, so much, he gave a Toma for one Javamina, Javamenda. Naze, the Bakong, the Tom Soda, or Sajid, but because the men ane maveje sena tamja song de che go ba me ba de je de yo so ba de lo je ge ba se ba tu be te la ta go me di se pang ne nyang ne da ga ve ji so ya rang na de so da to ba de ba wan do so je ge ga no ko na ya rang la mi sa ju jo do do ja se ja ya rang o me ge ge jo bo bang be ge ba je ye su ye ji ba ta ma do ba de de ba na ba ko ba do ge do ba Trong ta tên bè tâm chú ta ba trong sa thân những chế cũng như chú ta chú kế ba tu ta có thể ra một số chú dịch tinh Ram cha tham chế na tu sa chế na rung ma tu ba ta na la chú chế có luôn chế chế có tu có ba ta cái tu có như tu tu chế ba chế sa chế sa si kế tên chế kế về si nhang hin ta ba chế có thể ta là nhang nghe men ta chú ba sa ni tu ta cái tu kế ba na tu ba sa chế có như tu có như na mi sa chế Kham sum korwa dong ne tu chế te kế ba ta là như mình để thế tu mi chế ba chop chế chế ne mi lang so chế be lu te pa nhân mi ya chế kangat Dore seva me jeta je sambato ko chudi yendo te yendo na pedo da melo tu de mendo pare sho da da so con ne se bicho ma cho pe san je ba me ga thang ga ko je kan da ngo son je ba jo do ye ga thang ba je she ba dong me ba sho san che ba sem ba je je ne do do je na wa so de ba che na lam tu lam na de ma re sho nga so dong ga da me la me de je me ta jo te la tak sin che wa re sho tu ma me ne ta de ba ko an da yo ne Tela chua chua cho mene mera che cho chang che ga nam che chame nyo tu ngi ni ma ba che ba me da la de yin da to de be se ya de ba ba da me ba ra cho ne do se non thon ro me la je ba me lam yin cha yin pa sa me ba sa cha yo rin ka ya da ma la yo je ka ja da de ba ma do be che ba yo da min ko je so ni je to ne ta ba ye de ba ji je ka se de me ba tu ba ra cho cha ye de ba ko je de sa gu ne le thar ba ji na je so je nam ka da je ke te ka ne de me ba ke je yo la do de ba je do se ba ko te ra san je ba mi ngo so yu ba sha thong de qua ta me je ta ba cho je ne je je ba me do be me de nyang bo la ju de che ba la ba je je ni la lu zo ne chen be de be lu ta be cho me je do be do je lo rang je ba de de je do sa je dong ne tu na ye me do ka ne me se san je san ja che be jo te da da la mam jo cho ji ba ta ba me to se ba me ba sha do je ba ta ye da je ba de ko na ni ro je de ba ye do do me ba ngo ge yin da pa di ge le ra do tu bu ma do de da nam son do me be jo re me jong do nam nang la so sa je la wa da se ba de ba je ba ko je de ba de ko mo je ta ka se me ba le ba yo po ra la da je la je nga ya de da o je tu bi se ka se ba ja je re se ge dang do ma dang sa do ra pem jong se ba ja je ba je jo wa da wa sa mo sho nyo do ra ne de chi Thok pa me ba se ma sho sho de je de sa so la ye me ye sa ban do so ye se je da de ba je de je ba je kar sang de kar pe de ba ji je sha je de kar pa ra mi che ba me ta do je nge de ne sem ba re sho sa ma ne so me ba ra kar sang de ye sa je ne je ri da na je do je sa je jo je tam je la ya de je ga da so ba me ba do ba sho sa je se ba ra re je tu da je sa je sa je 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 de ko ba tu de chi do ba je ga ko ne chi ba da de ba je ga ko ne chi ba da mi de ba ji shi de je ba sho Ren che sa je kong chung la da yang je 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 ban ya no ye deng la ba de den jang yang bei chen da je wa cho ren che ta ma le de ba ge je lo ma de de je de be de ge ji de je je da ngom sa re chen bei chen da je wa yo bu je la ya la je de ma de de tu je de ma na re je dam tu te ge ba go me do be ma de ye de de pe ma de ba do me ba se se la tu be san je je yam se che be chen da je wa yo ma go je da nga so da ma da ni mo do nga do ne dang dong da da wa ram bong tap so la so ba dong ha ta je chen de tu ma myong de wa je be chen de je wa yo ba me je nga ne je wa me go je me do be tam je ko lu che me se je do la so to la so se be jing jing da je ngo da nga yo de ba me jing de je wa yo da so le ji da so je le je do long jo ye la de be je na je do long jo ye la de be jong so to be go do je nga so me da da ba me ka je de la ba de ye ta je la me ti ju la ju de je je wa yo de je long me lo je me chen dang cho long be mo de ye do Zuk da da ro ra long jo jo be ta bong da jo be me je de be la me so je be la mo de me da jo do cuando se de je ga ni cuando se de je da za de me ma de ga da ja sa je je ro mo so to cuando da ni be ju do mo so se na ra da ma da de de ngo jo long de ya do da go de da yi ye to ba je da je ba jo je da so wa san je ba me ka ba da mi yang me da yo de de je de ba yo na ye ba me de je ba ra je ka ba con con me se ba ni je ba de ba de je sa je de da ma na ye de yo na do ni de ba ke so da ni de ba to na je de de ngo ba san je ba se Parsa Gyarbo, Shivsan, Jorave, Jarata, Joyata, Basavata, Bumta, Jota, Yang then Tayatama, Could say them by Janet, Zagana, Sayata, Badana, the document, don't buy me, they gave was but you got no one. Said I ship on me, jumped in a guy, chicken, and so I'm going to let him, mother, I made it to the mother, you were going to do the Sajiko Sunibes, Jimmy, the Medan, the Medan, the Parisho. When Joseph was the other better day, one Bodana, so I'm 100 songs, so the mother. So I see Journey, saw some Sarnam, Bum Turton, you were so. Oh, then Rabjab Chan, then Kinu, Tamayang Sadon, Chesar. Rabde Macha, then Loda Macha, Tamana, Nam Capso, Carnop Dojon, Dewachen Teaching, Kan Yila Tinge, Pamela, Tarmojara, the Basete, Tuna, Send, the Parche, Sema Dewachen, the Jever, Tesumi, the Dochen, Gondo, Pema, Carbo, Chiminga, the Lasso. Gumbayeno, she gets long raga, Sijawan, Dua Semji, Mangbo, Dewachi, the Jever, George, so the Jera, the Jago, the Jera, the Baku, give us some Jacob on Dogosanya, the Jacob, the Jacob, the Jacob, Nam Yang Chamber, Temple, Joramata, Dewachi, the Jacob, Bemukasan, and the Samaya Jaja Chipan, then Turk Major Dorji, Telma, Amana, Dubana, Emma, Home, Sarasanya, the Jogo to give him the the Jingo Savada Mabaya Devaji, Savajanga, and then the Vigilant of Pamajavara, Terrajin, and Dayana, Tagamata, the Solution, the music community, the Pedita, our Bodan. So I shape and then the Turk Major Dorji, Guno Chusum. Senchangelo da Saga da Vesi Dena Sonkoronam de Sharzek Vese Sanje Naman Tayaji Enguso Sumba So the Kanga Toki Jamsu de Ponga de Song Norwu to Chande Ta Chen Sen Tu Samyang Sheng Cho Tere Sen be Sergenia ma me so that the Chugime, then I'm going to Nam Jorbar na Manchu Parantur, Secretary, the thing. Go share Darman Sen, Jisu, Dokun, some jig there, Jing, a do show Chipang to some young Alexander Wang. Now, Garajas, Mondani, the Bashang, Mon Sekshu, Taje, Bagalex, Joraje, some day at the Jazavania. You cannot get Balando Vayas, Pensola, Doado, Varasho. No, yeah, that is Sanjay Tamke, Shankan Mango, Yori, Yana Yang, Shankan Tamke Nangni, the near Jele Lavo. So I thought Mana Japne at any not Dewa changing Kante, read the Yoris.
So actually, there are many pure lands in pure lands of Buddhas. So among them, because of, as it was mentioned already, so because of the strong aspirational prayer method, Buddha Mitaba, the western land of Sukhavati, or the pure land of Buddha Mitaba, is very easy to be reborn there.
There it is. Not the watching the Shankanta. Sanjay Seva. chắc chắc giá tông cha dẹp cho tất cả cái sản phẩm chỉ xem con gì hiện tại tham chế dom cha rồi
sang yönde 상어 도미어스
sản phẩm sewa chắc chắc giá tông cha dẹp cho tất cả cái sản phẩm xem
yes
cái hiện tại tham chế đã đều chỉ là dom cha rồi
yes so this the quality of the Sukhavati Dewachen, or the the joyous pure land, has got a like it's a condensed, or it comprises all the qualities of the enormous uncountable Buddhas. No.
Then they were just subject, Kunyambo. Example like that, and they come then. Desaya nam ka to tenis sabje ku nya lantar tar thomi me pa tanda sacha yoris
Yes.
yang je ja chewa sa je ozen barwa
Yes. So when I have to describe about the Pure Land of Sukhavati, the land is at the level. It's not like ups and downs, but it's a level like a palm top, and it's glowing or luminous with different lights, and then it's the surface is a little bit higher than this earth.
ngara su sacha denda o mai pa rubber te keteng de song ne ma nem ya cha nan par yong ma tenda o ke de wa kin jambo ke sacha ris.
So it's not like the earth, like we are dwelling. So it's very soft, and if like sometimes it bounds up when we jump on it. So it's a kind of like very much compatible while walking and while moving around.
Deni Rinpoche na sokwa le top de pe sheng. Deni paksam je sheng. Loma tazap dewa Rinpoche na sokwa yemba. Tanda ke sheng yoris.
Yes. And then the trees are all they're decorated with the different fruits, and then the different jewels. No. And wish-fulfilling jewels. The Paksam Gishing means wish-fulfilling, the tree of wish-fulfilling.
Paksam sheng se te sheng ni.
Wish-fulfilling trees.
Gundu karen jong na ndo dong na te jong yong yoris.
So one gets whatever one desires.
Teni loma tazap dewa Rinpoche na sokwa. Thì hiện cái tên là sáng chế cái trừ về xa cái nhà bộ đã đề nghị thế nên sa pa ta giá chế vào cái chú chế cái đã dịch thì sa phát cái mà đi chú cái đã đúng mà tên đầu con ngom sa xem một cái xem là chế vào mà nó giá công đó.
So then over there the trees are adorned with the beautiful flowers and beautiful leaves, and then beautiful the fruits, and then the full of very sweet voice birds are there, and from them we will listen. We can hear the profound teachings of Buddha's Dhamma. So we have to make an aspirational prayer to be reborn in such a place.
Thế thế rằng bộ cái bu cái chưa hiện nay dễ đang đem ba thế hiện được được sự chưa dễ dừng bộ ngarang su ba thế cái mình đâu mà đi rồi bộ trên na số ba cái tên này cái gì nhiều ba.
So then over there the waters are endowed with, they possess the 8 qualities of water, and then it's a scented water, and then there are beautiful ponds, and then the letters made out of precious jewels like rubies or lapis lazuli
and likewise.
Then it took a single cantala, metal pema, Tashambochi, Mambochi, though. Then it pay me other, metal other part of my patrol.
Yes. So then, around the pool or around the pond or lake, so there are many flowers, and in the pond there's a lotus flower with a very scented fume or scented smell, and then having a lot of lights in it, which glows everywhere and looks very luminous.
Dewachen Tanka,
So that is the Tanka of Dewachen, the Sukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land. So we are just talking about that Pure Land.
Then,
their spring or their we can see, visualize on the tip of each and every rays the Tsundue Sangir, and the Nirmanakaya Buddha.
Then we am saying Bushing the Jever, Mahu Jet, and Nesong Damada, Numong Tonga to some neta don Jada, one pong, Tapsula sopa. Don't have time to hang that to my Myongsi.
Yes. So that place is very marvelous and very wonderful, where one will not hear, even the slightest of the sufferings of the lower realms, and then we will not hear at all the sufferings which the lower realm experience. So we will hear all the time the joyous things. No.
For me, making on the Jeva Missy.
Yes.
Jimmy Comni Jeva, Rangamari, Meto Pemana.
So over there, like while taking birth, we will not take birth from the mother's womb, but we will just, like spring up from the lotus.
Double like a manda or lala rain, lala tongue, Kadona, manda, tenda or mari, Tamke Gulu Chemi, Sergeant, Pong, Pong Se Nyamba. Then I walk they were changing my time, the Yoris.
Yes.
Well, I took to Shabla, same page, Jing. Moshi. Moshing out on Demba. Kanga.
So over there, the people's the complexions is also unlike the various complexions that we have, but over there everybody will have golden complexions, and then we'll have what do you call it, like protuberance, the protuberance on the top, and Tsundue, the protuberance, and then having all the major and minor, like 80 and 32 marks, possessing all those things, and having the 5 clairvoyants, means 5 clairvoyants, that we will have that. So we will have enormous kinds of qualities in our body.
Kendu Longju Yila, Kendu Longju that Songkang and Ro, Nyo, Manda, Tenacha, Gomari. Yila Temba, some Yen, La Quala, Savio.
So, and then there's the mention of a house. A house built up naturally by the precious jewels, and then where we will find the wish-fulfilling, possessions or wealth. Or Chidu Longchu means wish-fulfilling wealth. So whatever we wish, whatever we desire, we'll have that. So there isn't such things that, okay, this belongs to him or her, but, everybody can have whatever we wish. And there isn't the self-grasping self-grasping. So there isn't at all.
산제 탑진 추삼도네 가린 추삼는 라과를 해병 거리.
So yeah, then whatever like the teachings of the Buddhas, also it's like like coming to the palm.
되니? 대jem long meto. 차 메토 그차밤바 대jem 보게.
So then we will have a scented flower showering instead of rain.
되니 생당 초롱 빼모 탐제를 이동을 숙자 테러릭자.
So then,
용용도.
then even the rivers and the trees and everything will have all the 5 wealth. Sukja chiro rekja means like the possessions of body. Ja means the like a sweet sound. Chi means and then good smell. And Ra means good taste, and Rekja means good touching, so everything will be there.
Sepa mepa. Karendona sepa mepa yung.
And not exhausting or not finishing, like comes again and again.
Then yo jamo. Chopesamo, fly pomo janjang, zong zipo, dining board, taking board in ten, tam check at any. And then
all the wish fulfilling, like offerings will be met by all the angels over there.
Then Dokpan Serenji Yari Kang, never ni dona, Rinpoche, Nietzsche,
So over there, whenever we sleep, the bed and the house is all built up by the precious jewels.
Then it's sad that children, Cholong Romoso, two pandona, tennis, the da, Niembo, two pandona, Niemba, da, Mando Senayang, da, Radio set of Zolan young.
No. So then over there we can hear all the sweet songs of birds, and then all the Dharma sounds, and whatever is soothing to our ear in listening. So we will have that. And if we don't want those noise, we can just switch off automatically by nature.
Dewachi Jecho, Jekti Kam Jendra Chomari, Dusaka Churi. Cholong then and Jordan Kan Karin Dona, Denny in Jongan Doggy, then down Jongan Dogs.
So then over there in the Sukhavati Bhavan, the lake and the rivers are unlike the rivers and the water that what we have now, but it's endowed with the 8 qualities, and which is of the moderate temperature, not so hot, not so cold, and then having all the qualities of the water.
Ni to na kanu te la ilgi to begin de je xiang de zok sanje o pa me kar pa trami nyang me da sanje o pa me.
So this is a pure land of the Buddha Amitabha, who has aspirationally made some commitments not to get enlightenment until and unless all the sentient beings attain the complete enlightenment.
Then da okay yeng bo te ni o pa me ke nyam do de cho no.
So that we can abide or we can dwell with the Buddha Amitabha for such a long time.
Then Namje Opa made the Shevar Shek, Karpa Kanga long semani, Nije part of them and the best just of Janes examined Sanje Opa made the Dewachi sang jazz song, just up Janes young dogs.
So then when as Buddha Amitabha has met such a commitment of getting enlightenment, after all the sentient beings getting enlightenment. So then what happens is, and then when we get enlightenment over there, so then we will, so then, it's actually we say the representatives of all the Buddhas is Avalokiteshvara, gets up Cherisi. So then we have to have a certain aspiration of prayer also, not to detach from
his association with the Buddha of compassions, that is Avalokiteshvara.
Yeah, the Genesis Sangye no do ya. Sanje Patak Gerpochene, Sanje Jongodons.
There's a queen at one. Then the Kagisum Genesis
Sangyene.
loss.
Sanje Ozer Kon and Papaya Patak Gerpochi Sanje would say. They do not young, they do so they Danyamdo, and they Jondos.
So then, like in the durations, so then what happens is Buddha of compassions, or Avalokiteshvara, when attained complete enlightenment, then there's another Buddha which called Pelse Gelpo. So when it turns into the Pelse Gelpo, then we can also have associations with him, and we can also listen the teachings from him. So at that time, we can live for the enormous period of time. Bumja Tuk actually means the 6 lakh. Bumja Tuk Jutsa 66 lakhs. You know the lakhs? 100,000 makes 1 lakh. It's 10 million, or I don't know. So it's an enormous period of time. So then we will have associations with all those Buddhas, like Tujen Thop, and so we can also listen the teachings from them. So there are enormous Buddhas. So the Sangyenge di Sure. Jabula Mazu Gyurgurwa. So there are Yönden Norbutsekpa means the Norbutsekpa means like the piling of the gems. So that's a Buddha name for Yönden Norbutsekpa. So then from him also we can receive a lot of teachings, and we can abide by him too.
Then Sanje Tela Chobambor Chuni Chebe Chuja Tukun the Yutan Daga send the Jimata Shiganta, which is Lamizo Sanje Tokato. Then Dago Katani Sanje Marang Sanje top show Manabja.
So like that, then we have to make such a aspirational prayer or aspirational commitments to become enlightened beings for the benefit of all the sentient beings.
Nami Zogu Saji Topajo Zoksa Gende, Sepa Me Pata, Saji Sepa make it say down. Sela, Sepa Me Pata, sent to some documenting to these Sanje can say that Tuba Samjin, Seki Tamjetani, Major Troll Sanje. Trang me pan roan dem ba la so kwa de mi ndum do pa mi yen dum ba da me ba.
So aspirational prayer should be met that may our lifespans be like a Buddha Amitayu, the Tsepa Mepa, and then by hearing the names of the Buddhas, all those Buddhas like Amitayus and all, so just by hearing, may the many sentient beings be liberated from this samsara. So likewise, the aspirational prayer should be met. So we will not have any sort of the fear and any sort of harms or any sort of obstacles or hindrances in that Sukhavati Bhavan
in Sukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha.
Tene tere ta nganje legend me madoba meje to me jese modon jiba kone jiba to dan chi ji sen sa lo inject da dongan kone jamje so ta si posam so kwar senje lo sanje ko so ni besana de chuni me je de besana de me se do beche da mo lan do par ko cho so na so da te ada pe de te awan boda na e so ha tene ta de wa ji mo nam je ba ta drop songs.
So, and then likewise, then at the end we have to make, the dedication prayer. So this is a aspirational prayer of Mahasukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha, and then we have completed right now the scriptural authority of this precious aspirational prayer text. And then with that we have done a little bit of explanation too.
Kunchosum na sam salo namo menze here namo serge namo sama here so wa hi june sa som sana sam bum tilan jon rogon.
So this is a verse, the powerful verse. Kunchosum la chatselo namo manju shiriye namo sushiriye namo uttama shiriye. So when we by reciting this, then if we make the 3 prostrations, then that will multiply the millions, 10 millions of.
Chụp cha rèn chân thama yang sa đơn yin chen ram dem ma cha rèn lo da sa ma cha thama na kap so ka nap to jo ne dewa jin ji xian kang yi la ten chen wo pa me la thar mo jar de pa se che ki tong na chen de par che se ma dewa jin de che ba ta sung yo ma ris.
Yes. So what it says is, if possible, we have to make uncountable, or so as many as we can, we have to offer the prostrations, and in the middle, for example, whatever we can, how much our body can, we have to make prostration, and at least. For example, if we cannot do too much, then at least the 7 time prostrations that we have to do. So if we do like this continuously, then what happens is, then by facing towards the north, and if we then facing towards the north and making such visualizing the Buddha Bhumi of Sukhavati, or Amitabha's, like Sukhavati, so visualizing it in front of us, then making a folded hand to the Buddha Amitabha. So if we single-mindedly, if we make the aspirational prayer like this, to the west, then and then all the hindrances, obstacles of this life will be dispelled or removed, and then in the next there isn't a doubt, even the slightest of doubt, that we will surely take a rebirth in that Buddha Pure Land of Buddha Sukha, Buddha Amitabha. Dewachen do Shenku, Tang Pema Karpo. So like the benefits of this aspirational prayer of Mahasukhavati Bhumi, or Buddha Amitabha's Dewachen. So it's mentioned in Tanda Do Shinggu Sungpa. So the Sutra of Shinggu, the Bhumi Sutra,
and then the Pundarika Amara Sutra. So Pema Karpo Chime. So these are Nada. So it's mentioned in detail in these spiritual texts.
Te gelang raga aksi jarwa.
Yes, Korangi.
Chamir muchi jen. Kin mangbo deva jin de cheve. Jor che mona jap zesam.
Yes. So it's the Bhikshu Raga has compiled it, and in order to benefit the sentient being to be reborn in the Buddha Bhumi of Buddha Amitabha.
Then so to Jarva said, Jagosuni Zola Jiran, the Moari.
So then after that comes the dedications which we have.
Moari. There, then Devachi Mona Duba. And
then there's a brief form of Buddha Amitabha's aspirational prayer, or the brief form of aspirational prayer of Sukhavati Bhumi.
That Lola Yojina, Yung Yongli. So, Mona Jeba.
So,
Jorgan Namgang Tuchi Tamjera Dong, Sare Dong Topta. Any Mona Dupa, the Lola Lane, Devachin, then it says Sana, Kukuna, Grona, Dena. Devachi, Chanja, King. Says Sana, Sanjay Obami, Devachin, Association come true. Kusapa Kuna, Tenda on tree. Rodua, Tano Sola, Kako, Devachin, and Rogi, some. So go. Go the young, go not Devachin, go take you some. Devachi, 2 June, Devachi, teen. Then they combine young gondos. Sani. You went to certain things to go with it. Then they take that to combine young song, less level yori. Yeah, then
So, what it says is, what Lama said just now is, right now we read the detailed way of aspirational prayer, and as well as the brief form of aspirational prayer, the Melam, Devachin Melam, the Sukhavati aspirational prayer. And then the brief form is not that much long. It's better if you memorize it, and then if you see it again and again, so that will benefit a lot. And then not only that, we have to visualize the Sukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha, all the times, while eating, while staying, or while sitting, or while walking. And so we have to think in that way. While eating, for example, just I'm offering the food to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of 10 directions in order to be reborn in that Sukhavati Bhumi of Buddha Amitabha. And then while sitting also, I'm just sitting in order to get reborn in that place. And while going also, now I'm proceeding towards the Buddha Amitabha Sukhavati Bhumi. And then while putting on the clothes also, like we have to visualize in that way. So this is a very important thing. And while sleeping at night, when we put our head on the pillow, we have to visualize that I'm facing towards the western directions, where the Sukhavati Bhumi of Buddha Amitabha is there. So likewise, all the time, if you make it the daily habits, then that will benefit a lot. And when we later on, when we get very much tired, or when we get very much old, then that time it really benefits.
Then Devachi ta meto pe mani, dusi chume nani, jeyongari.
Yes.
Sanje da meto ka sele, sanje shar jaryo. Sanje ke jablo la sanchep de sheng yori. Ti sheng ta sanje shar jarle la, karba tong de sa jarle de patamche, pamo la nima pu shar lenda. Lamsam. 매반안 도거리 사당보 톱도거든
Yes.
산제 산잘래나 내가 지니 랑 모타 고고마리 피시 고고마리 가난다 산제 신감 예다 라타 가드 가난도 사나 단도 총도 포초고
Yes.
지 쇼파서 되니 벌네 산제 예다라 추쇼도 가도 고모양 내가 지금 설칸바이 된다고 그랬더니 라왕 여리야.
Yes. So then over there, like we, as it was mentioned by Lama, and then we will not be born from the mother's womb, but we will take birth from the lotus from lotus, and then once the lotus is blossom or when it opens, then we will see the Buddha Amitabha and sitting in front of the Bodhi tree, and then once we see him and all the non-virtues that we have accumulated during the period of uncountable lives taken in this eons, the thousands of eons, then all the non-virtues will be dispelled like the frost being, like melted by the first rays of the sun. So likewise, then we will attain the first stage. There are 10 stages in order to reach the Buddha stage. So we will attain simultaneously the first stage. So then wherever, if we really wanted to go to the other Pure Land, so we can just go it, like traveling by aeroplane or something like that. We can just, as Lama showed the red shawl, we can just fly, in the morning and then receive the teachings and come back to Sukhavati Bhumi in the evening, So likewise we can do it.
Then zamzamna zambalengla pot maraka family tamje ke gewar jogendo digwa zogendo tamje tang digwa jogendo na digwa mazo ba tap selapte chu jogo na gawa gom tarong chu kong dom perwa ke selapte tenda vene teni zamzamna zambalengla yongo yoris.
So then the Buddha, when we can also do the enormous kind of benefits to the other sentient beings. For example, coming to this samsara, coming back to the samsara, and then seeing what the sentient beings are doing. If the sentient beings are very much indulged in non-virtuous states, so we will just stop them from doing, and we will show them the right path. We will show them the right path to get complete enlightenment and the complete cessations of all the sufferings. And then if they are doing the virtuous deeds, then we will just we can give them certain teachings in order to promote more and more. So likewise, we can also benefit the sentient beings in an enormous way.
Dewachi yonti sanje shinkam tamche nangni yonti chesho. De sanje wapa mega manang ka top kare.
So yes, this is the Sukhavati Bhumi, or the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha, where we can easily be reborn and which has got enormous qualities. That is because of the strong aspirational prayer made by Buddha Amitabha.
Jala denda woche yona langsa yaksa godo. Egela lega mangbo yari. Dewachi sanje chopan bor something like what left side.
So likewise in this world, whatever the objects that we possess,
we need a certain space to keep that. And that occupies a certain space too. And then, but in Devachens, whatever we wish, we will have on our palm instantly.
That Dewachen Rinpoche. He la gom tu jondo comba. Ta comba zo comba. Jikti je leka la comba yona les la whatever. They choose Jekwari.
So the most important thing is that we have to visualize again and again to make it a habit or daily habits. So once it become our daily habits.
Da pandu tarong da pemdu. Deta ngorgari dogari. Dada Buddhagaya and Ronyung Buddhagaya Sam the Tonga Lamsang Shandro. They were in the Tendao. Les Lao. Jokpa.
So when we just release an arrow from the bow, so it takes a little bit time to reach to its target or aim. But when we are having such a quality of the habits of having a very strong aspirational prayer to be reborn in the Buddha Amitabha's Pure Land, and that is not like that. That doesn't take much time. It's not like going to Bodh Gaya whenever we want. So it's over there. Okay, once we wish, we will instantly present over there. So that is the quality.
Ramang topsong, Ramang. Bome sa tangbo topsong, they are in the jet sadune. Tini, Ganga Ngoshi. Ramang topsong.
So we will have control
Mungba, Jega Yomari, Marekpe Mungba, Sang Sasso.
Control over oneself. So Rawang means control. So we will have a freedom, like having control on oneself. So that wherever we wish, we can straight away go there, and instantly we will just attain the first stage also over there, so that instant freedom will be there with us. There isn't Mongbayamari means there isn't any ignorance.
Shiva Tango, Shiva Tatum, Devaji Tayongri.
So we have to remember the death. We have to know the death, what the death is. So then if we know that, then we will, remember the Buddha Bhumi of Sukhavati.
Da Sanje Ketuso, Gebo Gemo Honando, Yompo Gila Dagri. Da Tensang, they change it Sasson. They Yomari. Namka Parna Savje Etam Kakang Sasson.
So at first, when the Buddhas were there in the previous times, so usually we will just spend our whole lifetime, and the old people used to, passed away first, and then the youth follows. But no, nowadays you cannot say who go first, because this world is inflicted with the material and all the chemicals sort of things. So that's why we don't know, we cannot predict our death. So whenever it comes, we don't know. No.
Yapang. Zoda Chembo Jackson.
No. Japan, right? No. Like in Japan, like last times, what happens because of the chemical or nuclear, bust. So many people died and this and that. So anything may happen.
Jumbo, Jira de Techa Tata to Suyo Mari.
So whether it's youths or whatever, so we cannot predict.
Shavala Samno. They were in top going with her.
So we should. So the most important work is to, visualize, is to think about the Sukhavati Bhumi, and that is very important things. And we have to think about the death too. That is important.
This such as here, Devando Dongamandupa, this Sachala Shayari, the gay Yago,
Sajalala.
the Port Satan landed the Shayari.
Ale Tanda Shimbas.
They gave it, the party pangozo.
So the Lama has already made written down in that papers. So that is usually the Lama always tell to others, saying how to, this directs how to accumulate our merits by doing a virtuous action, which is causes the conditions of happiness, and how to avoid or dispel or abandon all those sufferings, So everything is mentioned in this text. No.
That's also there's you missing money. She looks at you there. You pick a thing and go Samsung.
So that's why always Lama says that the religion meant to benefit all of us. So that is, they built up all the shrines and churches or monasteries or whatever in order to help others. So that's why, it's a good to go there, visit there.
Dokon na lobja chembo chek na ke che go som. Teni chuna ko zoche polytechnic ya ngarang lap som. Sena me chembo chek da korang nyeng na po so.
Politics and kind of politics, lots chipsy small.
Chu na ko zoche polytechnic se ke che so.
So when Lama talk about talk about the politics which pollute the religions. So the politics, it has got two sides. One is sometimes the good, sometimes it pollutes, and it creates certain kind of division. So the Lama talk about that. The politics, if one cannot deal it with properly, then it pollutes the religions and it harms more than it benefits. So when Lama was talking about that during that time, one politician was also present, so he got a little bit annoyed. So the bad politics is, for example, like gaining victory by oneself and then defeating others. So that is a bad politics. So that should not be there.
Dharma center la politica una me mangondo peja mango yongano. Te politica tabli.
So even in the Dharma centers and all, if one doesn't do it properly, if one really focus on, amassing money or focus on collecting money only, so that is also the politics going towards the dirty or wrong path. So then, then one will not know the black or white behind that. So one will not know. So everything depends upon the way you do it.
Yeah. Ta sheva sam no tongo, sheva la sam no tongo. Kadu she shigmari.
So it's a very important.
Dewachen.
So Dewachen or Mahasukhavati or the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha. So we should always think about it, visualize it, and then we should remember the death. It's very important things, and which will urge us to practice properly or to instantly visualize Dewachen Bhumi.
What are the main obstacles to going to Dewachen?
Dewachen liya kye ani parche ngoma kharesa parche.
Tetu.
Yeah, that is a doubt, the dual-mindedness or doubt.
Tetu zolog mari. Sanje ke monang ke nupari, ngarang ke nupa mari.
So and this is to be born over
대수
there
고고 말이.
is because of the strength of the strong aspirational prayer of the Buddha Amitabha. So that's why there should not be a doubt or dual-mindedness.
내가 진짜 덥고 다 곰고 곰봐.
So komba means like the habits. So one should have the habits to remember or visualize the Buddha Amitabhas.
되니 다다 오스트렉 다절란데 되게라. 보아 시에요. 내가 지는 너
So
나 맨다 파는다 벤. 주요린 보아신.
So in Austria, right?
오스트레 다절란데 되게라.
And the Deutschland, Germany. So where Lama usually give teachings on Poa.
내가 지는 너 주리.
And then Poa, Dewachen Poa is also a teachings in order to reborn in that Western Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha.
대다다 메샤랜드 자 내 뜻을 때니 보아자고리.
So this Poa means, like is a transference of one's consciousness towards the Western directions of that Buddha Amitabha's Pure Land, and which is being done when the person is about to, when one's aspirations is about to stop.
소위 다다 주로 유미 개와 유미 수예나 다 샤랜드 다들 해도 주마도 제게 팽금도 센터 때도 조용거리 센터 조도 나랑 주도 마서 나랑 몽바 쳔보리서 당아 때서 마셔나 주도 그인상 메케가서 가다 로과종킨 메셸리 로과종킨도 다다쯤 나셔야 쇼기 제소야요 되게 되가 배도야 고정소.
So the Lama has written one prayers, and especially at the time of like the death. So whenever the person is about to die, so during that times the one will realize that nothing helps other than the dharmic practices which one has done it. So and then no other possessions or whatever will help. And at the times the practices, alone the practice whatever one has done, whatever the virtues that one has collected, so that will help a lot. And at the times the Lama usually read that prayer in front of the persons who is about to die, so that benefits a lot.
주로 위험이 수이에나 딘저바요 버티서 책임이다 우리. 대답아 나랑 노성 주좀 마서 주마도 제게 팽금도 학고 용이 대두서 되니 맥게 가서 갈다 때서 마실리로 고종기 탑 다용이 대두서 되니 책 자톱나 폐도 제모 용거니
주로 가게 이내로
주로 위험이 수이에나.
So it doesn't matter if whether one follows the Buddhism or whatever. So whichever religions one follows, at the time of death, it really benefits to direct one's mind towards the right path. So in that text, usually the Lama has used the ordinary colloquial terms, not that literary or highly philosophical terms. So it's all in a very understandable terms, so that which the Lama use all the times.
다 세바트인가 세바트이나 빠데 칼에 로데메오나 짝시 잡는 밥답답답답 로자들이 된다고.
So it's like whipping to the path. It's a path means horse, yeah, horse. Like when you whip to the horse gallops a little bit faster. So likewise, if to whip ourselves with remembering the death, so that will you really, urge us towards the practice of Dharma or visualizations. That is important.
Shiva Mardi, no give a tank money.
So if we don't, concentrate on the death, then we will forget the Sukhavati Bhumi, or we will forget, doing the virtuous actions. We will forget all the wholesome actions.
Korvale, Lord Doke, Shiva Matapa, the Kachemuri.
So in order to get ourselves detached from so there are the 4 teachings of detaching from the worldly possessions. So among them, one is the Chiva Mitakpa, means that is the impermanence of death. So it's very important to think about the impermanence of death in order to get ourselves detached from these worldly possessions. So we have to make that there should not be any regret at the time of death. So, is it enough for you? Lam is just asking. So, most important thing is aspirational prayer that you have to make. So, yes, the tanka, the hanging over there, like that, the Dewachen, the Sukhavati Bhumi, or the pure land of Buddha Mithava, you have to visualize spring up, generate, or rise from the lotus.
Then
after that, if you have got some questions, you can ask.
So should we do the non-drill, or is this sufficient? We should only focus on this practice? And what about other practices like non-drill or any other practices?
다 계시 페나디 코크라스노에 나르바 땅원도 다 지다 열바 다 대매기야 직초제 망부지 열바 안 대소 간제 저거래서
주다 내사쇼 인적쇼 내가 제리 득박에 까면 타블이죠
득박에 까면 통결바 단다 지당원도 대소
하다 당에 다질란디 오스페레 내게라 Dewachen meditasi poa pardo tudu tisomte hearing the tamje dekbak ka thugmari dekbe ka matabli churi the katola jambayang hearing tamje mongbari desa hakko gogo delatene di yemato ramanda sotrayong denamato hearing
Dewachen poa jambayang tini karsombe
pardo tudu
pardo tudu nas
dekbak ka matabli chute vede
lao ta teme
Any jikti korwa pa dakpori chuke saka yorte.
지단 추이신 바 망보지 답에 지금 원도 되는 가르치는 리워라. 디 말베.
Ade data koranso chu hakko yung gondo sor data de dokuturi. Mama ka kama pa che dok pa ke gondo ja go la so ko lamma dok so. ngave chu tar go go la sorwa ji ma she so so
Yes. So,
ta ngondo go do ha go ri ko ran chu go ba yong
so yes, the Ngondo practice and Chögyu Kombayong,
chu go ba yong
so in order to have a habitual practices in Dharma, so Ngondos are the preliminary things that we have to do it. And then usually what Lama right now is talking about is the Sukhavati teachings. And then usually Lama give all this focus on these 4 teachings, the teachings of Sukhavati, and which is cannot be obstructed by even the non-virtues. So that's why it's a very important things. That's what Lama conceive it. So then after that, the transparence of consciousness, that is Phoa, that's Phoa. Then after that, the Manjushri's teachings, because what Lama says is we are very much, like defiled by our ignorance, or our mind is inflicted by ignorance too much. So that's why the Manjushri's teaching, the Jambeyam or Manjushri's teaching, is very, very important things. And then after that, then Pardo Thodil. So Pardo Thodil is a text which Lama usually give teachings. And then Pardo means intermediate states, and liberating through hearing while being in intermediate states. That's the state between death and rebirth. So during that period, so Pardo Thodil text is usually read. So Lama is focusing on these 4 teachings. Yeah. Oh, sorry. No. Yeah, yes. This one.
ngoma le ta ni che kwa mari ngoma cha chu na ve go ba yong go chu ke lo ju hi go te tu so te ni karma pa ke song song ngon ro ya go che ni la man do song song ta me tam che ke chu lo ju ko rem shi yong du so ngon ro ya go so ne ta chor cái giá xe về từ số là lắp xong nhé, ta còn đồ giang cái mang bồi rồi.
So at first, when Kamapa came here, during that time, Kamapa used to instruct the people that you have to have the preliminary practices, that is Ngondo and all. So, but nowadays it's a good that nowadays the people, they understand the practices. So. What is important and at first, so that's why the people themselves urged me to give the authoritative, the spiritual authority of the Ngondo, the preliminary practices. So Lama is requested by the disciples to give the Ngondo practices, and that is good that all of you know what the Ngondo is, how important it is, and you knew already, so that is also important thing. No. So, and then it's a very important to meditate on, to concentrate on, to think about the impermanence of death. So, if we don't remember the impermanence of death, then we will not remember to practice Dharma.
Same key time, Deva Gaga don't Gaga Mando. The Hantum Kichulo is the Portus at Angla Topari. The Debari.
So then the Protestants Tsundue.
The Chulo Targila Topari.
Yes. So yeah, most of sentient beings don't want suffering; they want happiness, and in order to get oneself attached with causes and conditions of happiness, so then what we need to practice Dharma. We need to focus on the right path, and we have to avoid the wrong path. So that's why there are many religions out there, and around this also there are many churches are also there. So those all will guide, the people to go to the right path. No.
The Chulo Lekari.
Langaya Hotel, right? Yes.
Same key time, Deva Gadongan Maga.
So yeah, all those religions, what they teach is meant for to get happiness and attach ourselves with causes and conditions of happiness, and to get ourselves detached from suffering and the causes and conditions of sufferings.
The Docom Bonifacius Kerke. Pastor Petrus eke Ferenci. Etene Koran secoms. Nemege hospital AR Silaban. Eki Buddha medicine mantara to mantara. The Koran dot nit. The Lama Gawang Danguar ta eki dot nit eki chulo Gompachia, the Pandogi is in the Androsong. Korang Tata Pula, Kangan Dog, Cock and Dobandongi, say. Talo, the night, and the Korang group, Chimbojek, the young song. Data Tanga, Gavius.
Yes. So over here, there are many Kerek, is the churches, many churches are there. And then once the Lama was hospitalized,
it was one of the priests of Dokkum. He's a good friend of Lama. He was hospitalized.
Oh, sorry. The friend of the Lama was hospitalized, and then what happened was over there, that person has also said that the Lama has also instructed him about the practices and all these things, and he also said that he also go to the church, Kerek, and then he also pray for the peoples in Tibet. No.
Bonifacius is bed. Set up a banana, yes, of course. Bonifacius.
Bonifacius.
Bonifacius. There's a church called Bonifacius.
Okay.
It's called after one very famous priest.
Okay, yeah.
And there's a little statue that they gave to Lama is in the stupa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then,
That Dokkum la ya. Pastor Yenda he said,
yes.
The Nangarang thinking also. Korang Kazo Chet so.
That's Korangi keep heavy, thank you.
Yeah, the crowd says.
Cross, okay. Yeah, the character,
yeah.
That's
They met him one Korang going over.
that's so where Lama has also attended over there in a church nearby, so which is not so far, yeah? Okay, it's nearby. There's a church where Lama also went over there and did the prayer. And over there, the pastor, he likes Lama very much.
Tenita JCC Sanjab Samba Chembori Gravasella Leka Lay and one thing. The Lama Tamchela Trolama, song to.
So the Jesus Christ, so he is also one of the bodhisattvas, and when he was crucified, so he didn't have a slightest of anger towards those who crucified him. So likewise, he has also set an example of, not having antagonism towards others.
So you tell from Malang.
So, and then not having a slightest of anger towards those who crucified him is also, it's a great bodhisattva.
Teni tata. De ngarang ke tisong. Kirsichi tung chikwa dinde. Kirsichi da to nani kenza rengbo ja ya song ne teni kenza kong ni yesisi ya sho sungado. Mau se ko benedone teni takwan na kun teni ma tein do. Tenda wa ke ya do ya tega le la do go mai give a dub la gori. Teni give a dub na deva sala ya do. Dekwa dub na teni donga ke sala ma tang. Le je pochong karna ni. Mudani sama baby with zuwasta komte. With does it, zuwasta does it. Who the marco, who the denk, who the verek, the setting, Dylan. They select, don't select your denk, Samang and Batamke sa, setting Nakosa, Sani, Shell, Nyamto, Yamita Kalando. Teni, de Magna, de Salayatang. De Magna don't have a Salamatang. They don't want they Garan Katison. The Christian, the Leka, don't check what it.
So this one is prepared by Lama. This one is prepared by Lama. In Christianity, also you might have seen there's a letter, which the Jesus Christ is just reckoning them to come up, and towards the liberations. And then there's a lasso, or like pulling it down if one doesn't believe, or something like that, if one have a lot of non-virtuous deed or something like that. And Lama has also it's a more or less the moral or the objectives is almost same. So what it shows is, for example, right from we take birth from the mother's womb. So whatever actions that we created, or whatever actions that we commit, or whatever we do, physically, mentally, verbally. So what happens is when we die, and then we will just, we have to face the great, Lord of death. So then after that, what happens? What determines us, our directions from that point is by our actions, So if we have collected the pebbles of the positive actions, then we will go up towards the high realms. If we have collected a lot of, the black pebbles, of non-virtuous actions or bad actions, then we will ultimately take birth in the lower realms. So this picture shows the higher realms as well as the lower realms, depending on the actions that we have committed.
The baby, Tove, Mudani come, the Sama come. With does it, Zavarta does it. That they do, too, Geva, Mong the tongue, top goveri. Dipa Yong the tongue, top goveri.
Does it means.
When you're born, you have
Oh.
two babies, one black one, one white.
Okay, yeah, that's ik praat een beetje Nederlands. Pardon. So,
The Buddha Gaya, that Muyol, that this is Zosong, Shaso, Jared Tamjek, Philip Zogi Lapsa,
gewoon zonde.
Buddha Gaya.
Oh, soep, sula.
Narang, Chipala Jason.
Oh, that's.
So yeah, when Lama went to Bodh Gaya over there, then Lama did Pagala Shendwe in an hour. Oh, Shugudi,
Gerson.
So yeah, then over there, like this was distributed and then it was passed on the wall also. No. Then especially the many Chinese followers, they also came and they made a film of this also, during that period. These portraits was put up on the walls.
Yeah. That they are daughter Danke. Bohikan, Benedict Nikan.
Yeah. Boba Khan, Benedict Nikan. So go up, I think so.
Denkemaker.
Denkemaker. Good work. What do you call it? Like, do good work.
Good deeds.
Good deeds. Kudun.
Ngarang ego chemodo. Ego zo shigo. Ego zu de tumba zu de pengamani. Sani. Kangan kichem nitani. Doha koyong.
So sometimes what happens is we cling too much towards our ego. So egoism is not good. So when we have to, embark on that big journey after that, so that time we understand so what ego is. So we have to let it go and we should practice. So any other questions?
Because it is said that if someone wants to reborn in Pure Land, he needs quite a lot of good merit to as a good course. And nowadays it's a bit popular that practitioners, Buddhists, they release animals, fishes, or birds, or whatever animals, in order to kind of like collect this virtue, merit. So I want to ask, whether this is the right way, or how is the connection, between you release the animal and in the end you get a good chance to be reborn in the Pure Land.
Kurangi pena shebina chidang azu shingam kala ya ta kewalem ba chebalarwa kewalem ko chidu kala azu tini sonam gyachimbo sa ko yoris rwa ta la melam gyachimbo ta sonam gyachimbo sa ko res ta dina la pena gewasa gudu kala ya morangi tokbaji kali yoris na chidang azu semje cheda ta ya jorwa cha cheda ta nya cheda ta ta chida yorwa 어떤 딘조 세다든지 땅 제제 지기 양수는 야치모 산에 납주 되어지는 레아도 인제게 요리스 와도 디 칸데레스 세다
데 세다 땅자데 랑세 타블리 테 셈진자 소소 요도 팽게 요리 데 예나양 고농 뭐 대와지는 로제 동행 상비아나 대와지는 로제 동행도
So what Lama says is actually there are many kinds of accumulating virtues. So among them, this is also one, like releasing the animals, like saving their lives. So and over here, what is important thing is the motivations. So if we have the motivations to be reborn in Dewachen, if we have motivations to benefit all the sentient beings, so that motivations will play a big role in whatever the virtuous actions that we do. So the big or small virtue
can be determined by the big or small motivation that we possess, not the action. So we have to possess the Changchuk motivations, means bodhicitta minds that we have to possess. The bodhicitta minds means like motivations to benefit all the sentient beings. So not thinking about oneself or avoiding selfishness, so having thoughts to benefit all the sentient beings. So that is bodhicitta, for the benefit of all the sentient beings, that whatever we do. So that is important.
Semji tamche pama mavzeli chega yomari. Semji chega pasene de sheshe roba tesa yona. Mata mero lento sa yongaro song yori. Semji chega masene oma tong tong de sa yona. Tai jamso le tarong maka oma mangaris.
So what Lama says is, all the sentient beings have been our mother before, and there's a saying that, for example, whatever, for example, it's just an example, if we eat the meat of our fathers, then if we pile up those bones, it's bigger than the Mount Meru. So if we just collect the milk that we suck from the mother's breast, if you collect that, it's more than the vast and profound oceans. So this shows that all the sentient beings, all the beings, have been our parents before.
Semji tamje pama mavzeli chega yomari. Tega tamje teni gewa drum mashi. Dekpa drop dungan jong. Semsara nang korwa nang teni dungan kanang cham degen dogya. Tega la teni sanjibje semje tengni. Yempi ke tengni.
So that's why. So this is how we can have the big motivations by doing even the slightest of actions. So by thinking all the sentient beings have been our mother before, so that's why. But all the sentient beings are suffering because they don't know how to acquire happiness and how to avoid suffering. But they don't know how to acquire happiness and how to avoid sufferings, and they do those actions which is contrary to what they wish. So that's why the actions what they do will not acquire happiness but sufferings. So that's why it's all because of ignorance and not knowing the right paths. So in order to benefit these sentient beings, I wanted to do this wholesome or these virtuous actions. So this sort of bodhicitta mind has to be generated in our mind all the times before doing any sort of virtuous or meritorious action. So it doesn't mean that the present parents are not our parents. All the sentient beings are our parents. It doesn't mean that. So present parents are also our very kind parents. But beside that, all other sentient beings have been our parents before. So that is also very important. Yeah.
I've heard that, or at least I don't know if it's true, that animals can or cannot go to Dewachen. I don't know if animals can go to Dewachen, but if they can't, can we help them to get there? Can they ever get there?
So what Lama says is, like in order to be
in order to be reborn in the pure land of, like Sukhavati, so our basis is a very important thing, the basis. That's why we human have got a special basis in order to, generate a certain motivations or visualizations or accumulate the merits in order
to reborn. Sambo Ningi Kimbo, Tela Ningi Zushiko, no. Sanje Tamjek and Sing, Navala Ja, Sanapte.
So that's why we can also benefit the animals, but the animals cannot generate those sort of motivations or those sort of visualizations because the basis is not suitable. That's why. So how can we help them, So we can help them by, telling the Buddha's name in front of them and, saying prayers, in front of them, let them listen and this and that. That will also benefit.
Naranke Meka Mela Chuke Rodon Le Turola Senapte Rodu Jache Narangeva. Yeah. Auto Nana Pom Checho Nija, you do you.
So
then is Salake Dampa Balache Kasakal Zambalana Tangayu.
So what Lama says, Lama considers that the virtuous actions that what the Lama has accumulated by giving the teachings to the humans, but more than that, the Lama has done a lot towards animals, benefiting animals, and Lama usually make the blessing foods for the animals and the pom di Oh yeah, then the sprinkling of water, having, blessed, water is also sprinkling everywhere, this and that.
Sure, checking on the subject up now. Same thing, the telling your money, mangy, they call it over.
No.
Then that chu mango the chu here and I make it young.
So, the teachings, if I give, it's whatever is present will be benefited. But in the water, if Lama, give some blessings or whatever, that water spread all over all the animals and outside, even the aquatic animals or whatever. So whatever are thriving there will benefit. It's an enormous benefit.
Mantara to Bochegla. They Mantara Chotek Tabna, Lamsa Kamdori. Zenana, Chotek Pachek, Zanap Tabjana, Zema Kampar to Kangamari. Semchina Pento Jachemo Yogani.
So, what Lama says is, is the actions that, whatever we do, So, for example, if the animals, even a small insect died, then the buchunju shiva kapderwa, sumbe.
But Tondo Jane some Dona take Tamjana. The Koran Sukara song the paying data in Yungri. Yang Nayam. Set up like Lamsan Kamdo.
She loved it.
Jamson and the Tekpachek Tangjan, Jamson Makampar the Kangamari. Rodo Jachemo Yung.
So, it's a skillful means of doing the virtuous actions concerning that. For example, whatever the beings or animals or whatever that we see, whatever we give them, is whomever we give them, those will be benefited. But if we just put that thing in a vast and profound oceans, then enormous beings will benefit. So likewise, our Lama is just referring about the motivations, So if the motivations is for the whole sentient beings, so that will not dry up. So, but if we have, very narrow motivations or benefiting oneself, so that dries up so fast.
Then you auto bang de la Mantara Tabiayori. Tivo la Senki Hete, Flyer la Geno.
No, Kavala Sunday.
Auto pity Bangala.
Oh, yes.
So like that, the fits of bond, even, you know, like we can just have some sprinkling of water of blessing mantras. So, you know, like whatever comes under that fits bond, you know, whatever the animals or insect dies will also be benefited.
호절 칸.
Go to the God river.
Hmm?
God, yeah, no, no.
Huh?
La, la, do.
사유를 기기로 했어.
라열라야.
Yeah. Chod, yeah. Oh, Chod means God. 또 토리를 기기로 와. 아, 또.
노동 제쇼 들어라 요가.
So what Lama is saying is Lama has, you know, like till now, what Lama feels is benefited a lot in animals' realms. Or animals.
잠발라이 카사카라 코르요.
So Lama, you know, like sends the blessing appeals to all of us.
They repair.
So like throwing in the oceans or lake, or this will really benefit them.
Yeah.
지와 신바주스.
You know, for example, like for Poa teaching, when you practice, you know, for some time, and then in the end, if you succeed, you will see some, you know, signs, like on top of crown, you know, if you get dropped or whatever.
Yeah.
So for Dewachen, so I'm curious, or you know, if there's anything like that, you know, that you can see or feel yourself, you know, before you really, you know, reborn there or die, you know, you briefly can be, you know, sure that I think I practiced well enough, and you know, I don't need to, you know, wait until I die. But now I'm kind of like sure I will be born there.
Yeah. 더 뭐라나 나와. 지당 아주 포화된데 땅이 뒤칸이야. 지당 포에 딱센된데 아주 디 지월이야. 근데 이공요 같은데 여봐. 된데도 딱센요 시월이스. 대나시 배나 대화전이야. 제 임바이네 대화전 당원에 제 레샤 선배 딱센된데 다된데 여봐스.
내지를 다 포화 희와케 두서 랑케 땅거 그리 강 시그노 강범 멘다바니 포크 베인도 그러.
So what Lama says is yes, like especially, you know, like in the practice of Poa, and especially the Dewachen Poa is also there. So that is Poa in the sense, for example, after the death, the transferring one's consciousness towards there. So, and then at the time of the, you know, like death, so the important thing is that one should have the practice, you know. That practice is very important. Practice of, you know, like what we do is, you know, at the time of death is also the transferring of consciousness occurs. So that's why it's like a, you know, like shooting a gun, you know, then straight away. They like mix it, 따뜻한데 포하기다 직벌을 해.
난 포화 그 두수 때 시고 그리. 자, 저
So yeah, the Poa has to be done, but it has to be practiced. That is important thing. And then that also we have to know the actual, you know, the moments of, you know, practicing the transferring of consciousness. So that is very important. So that time, you know, like while doing it at the time of the death, while practicing, you know, like usually what we do is while practicing the Foa, our consciousness goes up and then it, like touches the Buddha Amitabha's feet, and we have to, like bring it down to the dissolution during the dissolution period. So, but at that times, like we have to, like practice by transferring our consciousness straight away to the heart center of Buddha Amitabha.
Tata, poa gom nyamni zo. Deni cha chuse zong song, da zong song na deni salo la par log mari.
So then, that is.
Yeah, more then.
Yeah, that is like for example, the sign of having a hole, and then from where the like white and the what do you call it, the red liquids that comes out. So that is the sign of like successfully transferring one's consciousness. So yeah, that has to be done through the practice.
Po anyamli zote, opa ke siap la par siap ke tewo, la par ne he ka zona ma phap gori. Deni da siwa tha chu hospital men kan kya siap pon dala shegari se ni se kya shejel tha chu ngarang ti te tha chu songna ta te wo reng bo che se la yong sang na deni da par gori.
So it's completely dependent upon one's practice, and for example, and the timing is very important things. If one is forsaken by the doctors, if one is confirmed by the doctor, if the death is confirmed by all the concerned, medical officials, and then if you have also, like confirm yourself that, okay, I'm going to die now. So then when we have a long inhaling, so then that time is the right times that we have to know it through the practices, as it is mentioned in the text. So that particular moment we have to practice, in order to transfer our consciousness straight away to the Buddha Amitabha's heart center, not like what we do during the Poa practices. So we do, like when we say hek, and then that time, like the consciousness goes up and touches the Buddha Amitabha's toes, and then at the process of dissolutions, it comes down, So, but during that times, we have to straight away project that consciousness straight away to the Buddha Amitabha's heart.
Different types of poa, all of them leading to Dewachen, like the Nima, Tukun. Is it confusing to practice them all, or is it better to stick to one, or is it good to practice different kinds?
The morala vinarva, Jita poa nyamlecha Draminda yoris, Digungi poa yori, Nishima Ningma poa yori, in the poa mangbodus, then poa mangche Dewachen the Kiagre,
Yampo check, the Yapon.
Oh, chick.
And what is this one called that Lama always teaches? What is it called? This type of poa that Lama always teaches?
What is it called?
Yeah.
So
Namchu,
Pame poa. So it's called Namchu Pame poa, the Buddha Amitabha's poa.
Would it be good to tell people who are dying, actually to tell them about Dewachen? Is it beneficial for them?
About dying?
Yeah, to tell them about Dewachen, about when they're dying.
Yeah. So the indicala Dewachen ki thanda di melam chida yorba, ta mi kisi chongala modela di melam de ta so kechimbo revesi.
That Turu, Kachemore, Tata Ngarang so the Rajimona Dubandonga more.
So yeah, and there are the texts. There's a text, Pardo Turtle, Pardo Turtle text, and the text is actually the liberation through hearing in the intermediate states. It says pardo tötel, So that text is also beneficial if we read, like in front of persons whoever is dying. And then apart from that, and this spiritual text of the Dewachen aspirational prayer. And then if not, then the short form of the concise, the abbreviation form of, Dewachen's prayer. So that is also important, So whichever is suitable, one can read in front of the person who is dying.
Yeah.
So then now
Dedication.
Now we will have the dedication prayer.
Yeah.
So we have completed the dedication prayer in order to, make all the sentient beings be reborn in that pure land of Sukhavati. Demek ki var. Sarsum.
Sarsum do. Manam Dewachen manam. Manam ja.
So first of all, we will complete the 3 repetitions of aspirational prayer of Dewachen, Sukhavati Bhumi's prayer. Then while doing this, we have to mentally visualize it, and mental aspirational visualization should also be followed after while we recite this prayer. And after that, we will continue some questions and answer session. So we will start from Emaho, Dine Nimanuki Chokrana. From here we will start.
Dewachen Teaching Nimanupso. That an injecting come the Tesaya Tol. Dewachen Sacha Yori.
So when we visualize the Buddha Bhumi of Mahasukhavati or Dewachen Pure Land, so we have to visualize it not in the level of this earth, but should be a little bit higher than this world, higher than the earth.
Dewachen La Sanje Tamteke Shinkan Tamje Lencho to Jurba. Dewachen Teni Molam Jap, Sorvatap, Natani, Lesla Oche, Take a ready Sanjay or Pamik and Molam Katobri. Shinkam Jenda, Dewachen, Lesla Oche, Tokuyo.
So, as we have already discussed before, and then what Lama says is the Buddha Bhumi of Mahasukhavati, the Pure Land of Dewachen, which is considered to be a very easy to be reborn there because of the strong aspirational prayer made by the Buddha Amitabha at the time of his Bodhisattva practices. So that's why, like how important it is, the prayer. So we have to know about it.
Dewachen, Jedu, Padamada, Tinko, Mari, Metopema, Nang Nikiva Lane, Duty, Zengu, Chok, Nang, Metopema, Tungari.
Yes. So then, as we have discussed, we will not be, like born through the mother's womb, but rising from the lotus. So such kind of the birth will be there.
Metonani Kaseva, say young Nela Saje, and San Chapsamba, body sing, the Jay Youngary.
Yes.
The Jay Young do name Mamaka, Depart Tampe, then Sanjing Tane, Satambo top dogs.
Yes. So once after the lotus blossom, then we will, spring up from there, and then once after we come out, then we will visualize or we will see the Buddha Amitabha, and just after seeing the simultaneously all the obscurations and all the non-virtues that we have collected since from beginning of this samsara will be dispelled or will be purified.
Then Satango top Sane, Sancho Sambari, Tasso.
Then we will,
Yin the same Kanga Shi Ngoshi, Yong Sassong, yeah?
So then simultaneously we will attain the first stage of Bodhisattva, then we will possess all the clairvoyance. Ngoshi means clairvoyance, that, the divine knowledge that we will possess.
Perna, Nga Dewachen Mayana, Cherang Soka Mere, Karisam Gado, Karinanto Shargando, Kanga, Talame, Hakoyong.
Yes. So, like that, when we take birth over there, what happens is, since we possess that sort of clairvoyance, and we will come to know what the beings, dispositions, and what their wishes, everything will be, we can easily read.
Then Sancho Sambachemori Sasso, Dewachen.
No. Then we will become a great bodhisattva.
Tatana Chevetini, to join the Yela Ya, Molam Ya, Nimare Yendo, Sorandep, Gogaria.
So, like that, the daily we have to do the aspirational prayer, and then we have to, make our supplications to the Buddha Amitabha with a firm belief in this prayer, and so that is very important thing to do every day.
Yeah, they changing Molam.
So now we will go on with the prayer.
There's a lep ya go. Lep. Lep ya.
So the Emahoni goes right? Yes. So we have to, since all of you possess the text, so then we will start from Emaho.
Awon Dane Man of Jesor Tami Jigdi Mangu Par Trung Dê Teng Do Bak Bayer Sa Number De Ba Jing Mege Man Dong Ya Rang Se Sarve Yi La La Meres Tema Jom De Jarwa Ba Me Be Ma Ra Gen Do Jin Se Jin Ba Wala Song Dora Shab La Ngor Lo So Sen San So Ni Pe Se Je Ju Ya Se Sa Ni Nyam Ja Long Sin Se Ju Gu Nam Som So Yen Je Zhong Bi Ma Dong Den Da Wei Den Den Do San Chou Xin La Gu Jiao Tem Se Tu Ye Je Je Jiang Ne Da La Se Ye Su San Chou Sen Ba Je Ne Bo Sa Yong Pe Ka Se Ju Da San Chou Sen Ba De Jin Mun Bo Do Jin Sen Pe Pe Ma Yong Ye Ni Jab Jin Sa Ja Da La So Wo Son Bo Re Je Ra Lo Bo Yin La Ne Le Ne La Ma Re Yo Wen Sa Jo Sen Pe Ge Long Se Wa Bo Gun Jiang Sen Do Sen Da Pe Je Chu Gu Nam Som So Yen Se Re Te Me Mu Gu Sa La Nye Ren Che Me Chu Gu Na Wa Ta Ye Re Je Da Sa Ye Wa Se Re Le Cho Re Je Re Se Sa Yong Se Ne Je Wa Ja Wa Se Le Cho Do Ma Te Ya Cho Do Ma Se Wa Ta Ja Tho Ye Wa Se Re Le Cho Re Pe Ma Jo Ya Cho Wo Ji Se Wa Ta Ja Chu Ko Ba Me La San Sa Lo San Je Jin Je Nyem Se Du Do Sen Je Gon La Se Ve Ta Do Se Sen Je Gon Je Yi La Gan De Nam Do Gan Je Da Do Do Yin Je Sen Je Gon Je Nga Do Gan Ne Da Do Man De So So Re Ni La Se Gun Je Wa Ba Me La San Sa Chu Ban Sa Me Se Ba Ma Do Ba Chi La De Je Mu La Da Se Dewa Jin De Je Ve Mo Lan Do Par Do Ra Su Ne Xing De De Ba Den Ba Wa Ba Me La San Sa Lo Chi Je Ko Se Kar Pa Ta Me Nyang E Men Da Sa Ta Ngoi San Jo Chi La Se Je Gu Pe So Da Le Je Nam Ba Ra Men Ba Ma To Pe Se Se Pa Yang Lop Ja To Ba Tu Me Je Wa Ma Lu Do Kwa Song Gun Ba Me La San Sa Tung Sun Je Te Ram Ja Ra Me Ba Den Je Je Gan Je Ba San Ba Ba Me Pe Sin Tang De Wa Jin Sun Pe Thar Mo Ja Zen Tene Te Ve Su Na Che Wa Ra Song Te Shara Wa Ba Me La Gu San Kan Je Wa Ba Me Pe Se Tu Ne Ka Ye Me Ba Nin Kong Ru Pe Lin Je San Je Te Pa Je Ba Na Te Ne San Chou Lam Ne Ser Me Do Gu Bo Ba Me La San Sa Lo San Je Wa Ba Me Pe Se Tu Den Ne San Chou Ning Bo Ma Do Ba Ba Me Me Che Ren Sang Ba Re Che Se Ra Wa Guan Da Su Tem Nam Da Jo De Je Wa Ba Me La San Sa Ra Ba Ge Lu Da Long Chu Ge Sa Ra Che Ngu Su Jo Ve Che Pa Che Che Ye Zhe Ta Yi Ze Da Ren Che De De Ne Zhe Ba Dong Su Men Je Ting Ram Yeda Seva Jalame Lungju Tan Je Goi Loye Lang De Ba Me La Bo Dala Pemse Tukji Do Je Pame So Dan Da So Do Gun Je Thoma Me Be Tu Ne Da De Sukye Ma Zin Lin Da Me Zang Ju Mege Sambo Do Loi Zenda Dhamma Siksum Nga Sharva Nga Ge Mege Yepo Do Loi Nasi Nisi Nata Ate Ye Mege Sambo Do Loi Ama Lobo Da Jung Se Ba Da Jarve Kola Nga Si Chi Ba Sami Nga Ye Le Sa Tor Lo Ya Ge Long Ge Sura Se Da Sa Ma Pa Kusong Cho De La Gang Che La So Nye Ve Sami Dik Se Tor Lo Kun Cho La Gang Sung Rap De Song So Wang Yi Se Tok Bang Su La So Chu Bang Le Nge Sak Ba Tor Lo Ya Kam Song Sem Je Se Le De Che Chanchab Samba Nam La Kor Ba Ta Tami De Ki Sak Ba Tor Lo Gere Pe Yung Dek Pe Ni Me Kang Nyar We Dong Hana Se Se La So Tu Jam Me De She Su Ye Samba Sami Nga We To We Le Nge Karmi Le Nge Sak Ba Tor Lo Cha Pamba Ye Dan Lama Jo Sa Quan Tong So Sha Ni Je De Ching A So Da So Tem Che Wa Do Lo Na Kwe Chu Je Dong Wa Nga Nga Je San Se La Ba Nyang Ba Do Lo Sa Tong Chu Je Yen La Bon Bo Je Sa Nga Tam Se Nyang Ba Do Lo Dong Ba Ma Yu Me Gi Le Se Ba Me San Chu Tang Cha Tong La So Rang Ji Ka Na Ma Tu Dek Ba Te Dek Ba Dek Do Ma Shi Do Lo Che Dong Wan Ko La So To Na Ya Te Ye Dong Ba Tam Se Song Mai Che Pe Dong Wa Po Kwa Do Lo Cha Je Pa Me Na Shak Pe Me Da Nga Se Dek Ba Kong Do To Song Ta Ngo Sa Je Ka Je Pa Je Bu Se Je Dong Se Mi Na Me Da Pe Se Je So La Pa Chang Me Gi Na Ji Se Na Tam Ja So De Je Wa Pa Me Pa Se Je Da Ju Yong So Tak Pa Se Je Lo Yin Je Ge Wa Se Pa Tu Pe Te La Cha Do Me Gi Se Ba Ne Yin Ne Ga We Ji So Ye Rang Te Ye So Nam Nyam Do So Ba Ra So Te Se Pak Pa Nam Dang So Je Yi Ge Wa Ka Do Ko Na Ye Rang O La Me Sa Chuk Cho Do Sem Ji De Ra De La Ye Rang O Me Ge Chu Po Pak Pa Ge Wa Shin Je So Kyap Yin Ba Dong Wa Tan Dong Ba Song Shen Den Pa Na Wa Kung Ba Dam Da Shen Dar Da Ba Na Dong Dan Den Tam Ju De Ba Shan Da Nyen Ge Gong Gen Chu La Ju Ge Wa De Na Ko La Ye Rang So Ju Je De Ram Ja Tham Je Na Zok Sang Je Ne Ring Pa Ma Long Te Da Nam La Chu Je Ko Lo Ne Ja Chi Jung Do Ko Ra Da Ge Nga Je Dog Je De Dong Chen Ba So Sa Je Sa Si Ten Ten Ge Ve Nyang E Da Wa Je Kun Te Da La Nyang E Men Da Juk Pa So Wa Dip Su Da Ge Tu Sum Ge Wa Nam Do Wa Sem Chi Kun Je Dong Do Kun Ja La Me San Che We Nyo Ra Tho Ga Ne Kham Song Khor Wa Tong Ne Chok Jo Ra Te Ye Ge Wa Da La Nyo Ra Mi Ne Sa Tra Tu Mi Che Wa Chok Je Ne Mi Lang So Je Pe Lu To De Pa Je Ra Se Mi Ya Je Ka Ga Duje Zewa Meje Tam Ju Ju Sambe Tungkun Chude Ye Ye Tendan Dola Pento Ja Ji Do Melu Dimban Do Para Jo Nada Do Tungkun Do Get Yok Pari Masawe.
So the pace is it okay or it's a little bit faster? So what do you think?
Yeah, I like it. Is it too fast? I don't know.
Oh yeah. Malu tu tu mando para jo da la de to gan de ne se bu jo ma tu be sa je ba me ge long gen de ko je dan dang sam je ba sho de tong yi ga na wa Shive dong ara me para sho sa jo se ba che je Zubzur top je nam kara sung deva jin don ro vai lam tu lam na de para sho nge song dong ara se lam lam me de ji me ta jo de la ta se je wa Thoma me ne ta te ba korwan de na ye re te la jo wa je wa ra sho me ne je ro je jo je ga nam che ta mi nyo tu nge nying ma pa che me ta la ye de ji de to tan te be se je de ba pu sa me pa ra sho nye do se na do do me ta de ma me la ye cha she pu sa me pa ra sa cha yu ri kan je na me lam yu je kan je de para ma do vi pa ra sho tar me kor ve jan so ni chi so le ta ra wa ye de wa je je kan Sete me pa du pa ra sho cha yin te wa gun jen cha gu nyen ne ta ra wa yin no je so je nam ka jik te kan ne cha me pa ke je yu la du zen de wa jin da zen pa ra sho te ra san je pa Muslim yok ve yara dong ne de ba tham che ta pa ra Jene ye jo yara pa me to pe me nyeng bo Du de ke wa len ba ra sho ke je ni la lu zo Sen be den be lu to sho me je to pe te zo Lo zhang a je pa ra da do nang de de ji long jo San je song ne tu na yang me to ka ne me se San je sha je se we ju de da da la men jong Je ma sa do me to se wa pa me pa sha song Su na to tan sem de re je la pe ten ne je pe Sa me cha pa ra chu se ne san je ko je je pa ra Te se te ji je qua te sa ye jang ne go lai Sa shub lung ti to pa ra sho sa tang ja chi chu te Yang ju mi je to wa ra sho je re se tang te je Je se to o nam ni je se je la se ji song Nye re yen do so je ye sa je sa se pa me Pa me pa che pa da yen ge ta chen chen be se te ta ko la yen ko re yen shu je de se to pa ra Zub de to pa me pa yen ngon ge yen ta pa ra de Le rab zo ta to bo bo nga do de da nam so ro Ne jo ren jo te yo zo nam hang la so sa je Wang dang san la ba don ba che pa te me che ze gu mo de wa ye ye do ka se me pa le pa ra pu sha la dan cha lo ji nga ya leng da o re ji Trukku Shenkan Sewa Ja Je Zekda Dorma Chador Penjong Sewa Ja Je Cheba Jam Zui Wanda Dangma Samo Cho Nyurgarane Deji Tokwa Me Basen Bar Cho Shurje Nyedo Chalabas Lame Me Geza Varato Sukjob Sinje Lozi Chidu Shengdere Te Barasho Karzang Deye Karbe Dewa Jinje Shaje Te Karpa Chami Shewa Lenzen Barasho Samba De Zongmube Karzang Deye Sanje Nanji Tindena Namjun Zukur Tokye Tera Wongne Sanje Chuje Tamji Laya De Shen Gang So Me Pando Varasho Sanje Sewa Chateja Atong Cha Je Jue Sa Je Sa Je Shen Koi Yu Di Ke Ba Sab Je Je Dong Ba Shen Gang Ko Le Che Ba La Na Dewa Jinje Shen De Je Varasho Re Je Kong Yu Sa Je La Tere Yang Shen Jia Je Sa Je Wo Se Ram Param Nina Ne Shen Ting Na Par Se Den Jam Yang Pe Shen De Je Varasho Re Je To Ma Le Pak San Shen Lo Ma Sa Sab De Wo Re Ji Te Teng Tu Pe Sa So Ge Ni De Sa Ta Ja Je Chu Je Da Do Ngom Sa Chen Bu Shen De Je Varasho Pucho Cholong Yang La Je De Ma De Je De Se Chu Je Zeng Wo Re Chi Nab De Tem Ke Pa Gu Kor Me So Pe Ma Che Jem De Varasho Pe Me Wo Zera Pa Do Me Pa Do Wo Zera Tse La Tu Pe San Je Yang Si Chen Bu Shen De Je Varasho Me Gu Je Tang Ne Song Cha Me Tama Tok Som Ne Tang Do Da Da Wan Pong Ta Su La So Dong Ra Tam Je Shen De Re Tu Man Nyong Dewa Chi Je Shen De Je Varasho Po Me Me Shen An Ne Je Va Me Kwen Ja Me Do Pe Me Bo Me Tam Je Ku Lu Che Me Se Re Je Do Po La Ma La So Ten Be Mu She Nga Da Che Nga Kun La Nga Ye Pe Pa Me Shen De Je Varasho Ye Ka Je Do Long Ju Yi La Chen Be So Zhe Me Gu Gu Du Zhen Je De Nga Chu Me Shen Da De Zhen Ba Ka Du Chu Te Lak Pe Te Re Ne Jo Tham Che La Me Te Ki Chu Lai De Chi Kun Jong Shen De Je Varasho Te Yen Long De Me To Cha Chi Sing Da Che Long Pe Mo Tham Je Le Yi Dong We Suk Cha Che Ro Re Ro Che Be Te Pong Ta De Jo Pe Me Me Ya Chu Pe La Me Che Pe La Mo Ta Me Ta De Jo Dong Pra De Te Re Chi Ja Ye Ya Da Te Re Chi Che Zang Te Ta Sa Ta Me Ma Ting He Dai Cha Da Je She Chu Long Ro Mo So Tu Pa De Te Nyen Be Chu Da Min Du Se Na Na Va Ra Ja Me Da Du Si Zeng Bo Chu Long Te Na Me Cho Zhang Ka Du Te La Te Ta Ran Jong Yi Yi Tu Pe Shen De Je Varasho Shen De Tok Pe Sa Je We Pa Me Kar Pa Cha Mi Nyang E Men Dai Te Si Te Shab Zeng Se Parasho Nam Je We Pa Mi Te Je Varasho Che Pa Ka La Long Ge Se Ma Ni Ni Je Pa Do Te Pa Ne Pe Ge Sab Je Ne Zek Ta Men Da Ra Je Te Ye Yo La Tam Chu Ze Varasho Su La Tam Chu Ne Pe To Rang La Je Re Zek Te Ngon Para Sang Je Sang Je O Se Re Ku Ne Pa Kwa Ye Pa Sek Yer Po Shi Sa Jo Re Be Sha Ta Chu Je Tam Chu Ne Varasho Ko Se Kar Pa Se Wa Cha Ke Bang Cha Tok Cho Sa Tok Yo Pe Se Ta Do Sham Zeng Yin Ko Ra Se Pa Meji Zongye Tam Chuden Barakyo Nyangen Dene Teye Temba Kyaba Tongchur Chokdan Sewa Chambam Chasumne Teze Chuze Tuji Toptan Tato Mem Darakyo Tenen Tuji Topte Sanje Teji Shekwa Rabdo Temba Ne Yonten Norwa Tsekpe Jabarai Kuse Temba Jere Se Tanya Sanje Teye Tato Shamre Chupe Chuje Tam Chukun Ze Sho Tene Tage Tsete Jema Shikam Teya Takpe Chen Ye To Lame Zokpe Sanje To Barak Ame Ba Taran Sentu Chokwe Min Chen Chorba Tamin Chuan De Tare Sho Beme Zon Chom Chodo Pa Mi Teji Shekwa Tsetan Sun Nam Tan Yon Ten Yi Shi Tse Ji Tse Me Chukwa Nawa Taye We Pa Me Tsetan Yi Shi Pa Me Chom Den Kan Yi Ji Jen Tsene Sun Zen Pa Nguen Je Le Je Nami Ma To Me Chu Tong Chun Ne Ji Sen Bo So Ji Pa Kun Le Cho Pa To Be Tane Kikin Sense Chamze Ve Jikta Tongha Kule Chamze Tashi Pusung Chokpa Senje Lo Sanje Kusum Nipe Sala Chunyi Menja Tempe Sala Tang Gete Me Sen Tempe Sala Chitaram Panda Para Kyo Kocho Somna Samsalo Teya Ta Pente Teya Gudana So Va Malanda Pesok So Kocho Somna Samsalo Namo Mensa Sheraya Namo Sakeraya Namo Sheraya So Va Oyate Jugdentini Sa Samsan Nambam Tersa Jondogados.
So then after that, when you make a 3 prostrations, then that will multiply into the millions.
Teni yang andana malam yenda che yori so de java se je go suni zola ji da ge tu samge sa pa ko jo samla che ba Jarve Temba Be Jar Che Geva Semji Kola Dogu Sanje To Jar Che Geta Tam Che Che Du Daji Jula Me Jar Che Dimi Sanje So Do De Sereng Nemi Nyam To Sendar Sabjo Na Jar Che Nam Yek Sembu Jar Mat Dewachen Teaching Jara Che Jine Pema Ka Se Lutin De La Sanje Sho San Chop Tum Ne Che Se Turpe Roa Den Bara Sho Da Dewachen Che Sa San Chop Sambari Sa Dutini Semji Tamje Ke Tong Ro Dung Ri Semji Tamje Dewachen Yen Shen Kan La Ya Nam Nan Dene Tini Leka Yong Tum Gondoks.
So then after making an aspirational prayer to be reborn in that Buddha Amitabha's Pure Land, then after taking birth over there in that Pure Land, then we will also get enlightened for the benefit of all the sentient beings. Then after that we will lead all the sentient beings towards the enlightenment, complete enlightenment. So likewise we can give the enormous amount of help towards the sentient beings. So then here comes the brief form of aspirational prayer.
Yunda Samba Tuchi Tom Nam La Sanje Samse Pamin Korje Dechi Ngom Sarapado Me Pa Ye Dewachen Ye Save Shenkan Danen Dene Sempu Gyurmay Ta Jewa Shenje Parma Chebar Terajine Namta Shan Thong Sho Deke Dake Mulanta Pa Sokje Sanje Samse Tam Je Je Kengmi Do Parasin Je Labdos Deya Da Pense Deya Awa Bodha Na Ye So Va Hoya Da Tere Te Dewa Jinje Molam Teni Tata Ponga Dupate Lola Zong Le Labori Lola Zong Tu Jon Don Dong Teni De Mu Je Ba Zam Zam La Chol Nga Nam Gang Tu Chi Tam Je Don Dong Teni Dewa Jin Hi La Ta Zo Shewa Tu Ne Teni Dewa Jin Je Pema Bob La Rojo La Sam No Tang Teni Tu Jon De Ta Komba Zo Gong Duk
So just now we have done the elaborate form of aspirational prayer of Buddha Amitabha's Dewachen prayer. So then later on was the brief form of Dewachen's aspirational prayer. So it's better if we can memorize the brief form, and the longer one, the elaborate one, which we have completed. So that one, whenever there's an auspicious time, for example, on every 10th and 5th and 25th and this all, so are considered to be the very important date, and 15th. So these dates are very important and auspicious day. So whenever is possible, so we should pray this. And then the shorter one, as far as possible, we should memorize it. And then while doing this, we have to visualize to be reborn in the Pure Land of Buddha Amitabha, and not only for ourselves, for the benefit of all the sentient beings. Then having born over there, so may the lotus flower be blossomed completely. So that shows that, for example, if we have got doubt, even if we take birth over there, that the lotus flower will not open, but may not that be happened. So may the lotus flower be opened, and just after opening the lotus flower, we spring up from there. Then may we visualize, or may we see the Buddha Amitabha, and just sitting in front of the Bodhi tree, and then we have to visualize all our veils or defilements or delusions are purified simultaneously. So likewise, we have to do the visualizations also while praying.
Deva Jinje Sanje Opa Me Kayela Jenezek Sharjek Sani Emba Danda Yeng De Yori Opa Me Kayon Sola Sancho Semba Tuchito Kumdong Homo Jen Tene Zonko Som Sanje Ta Deva Jinje Shankang Zo Som this is that is.
So then the right side of the Buddha Amitabha, we have to visualize our Lokiteshvara, and then the Jeresi, and then towards the left we have to visualize Tujen Top. So these are the three main the deities of the Buddha Amitabha's Pure Land, the Sukhavati. Now. And with retinue, that so-called means retinue.
Jerezek Dong Yungne Ya Manen Dong Tene Jerezek La Tepa Zomo Yuna Jerezek Opa Mendeng Kelang Song Yungne Ya Manen Dong Jerezek La Tepa Zomo Yuna Nge Deva Jin Tri Yungi Shun Kelang Song Jerezek Opa Mendeng Kelang Song, yeah.
So the Avalokiteshvara has made a pledge to bring all the sentient beings to the Buddha Amitabha's Pure Land by practicing the retreat, the fasting retreat, yeah, Nyungne, the fasting retreat, and all those the practices, and then has made the firm promise to bring all the sentient beings to the realms of Buddha Amitabha.
Terita ta ngarak sola. Tendao ke ropa ta mangbo no.
No.
Te pa yo, mo pa zo. Mo nam ja. Tu jen de ta so ni zo thom na. Teni shawala, she go mando. Shawala gawa yongri.
So, since we have these kind of the able, the path showers or able guide who can guide us towards the right track, and the only thing that we have to do is we should have a firm faith and devotions, and then we have to make a firm and strong aspirational prayer, and not only that, with diligence. It should not be the short, for the short-sighted or something like that, for the short while or temporary kind of perseverance. We should have continuous perseverance and then firm diligence with, accompanied with the firm faith and devotions. So then what happens is we will not have any sort of fear towards the death. So we will, if the death is approaching, instead of becoming afraid, or we will be very happy. So this is what is there in our hand.
That's all around them. Same la, komba. Yong tomna, less la worry no.
So then we have to supplicate. So supplicate. Then if we do that, then we will have komba. Komba means the habit. So then once we are habituated with all these supplications and making aspirational prayer, then that is not that much difficult for us to practice.
Komba, zodu. Tadang xie se sana, kuna, tani, kareyena, Dewachen Shenkam Chu, Shenkan Dewachen, Drona Dewachen, Drogu Sam, Nina Dewachen, Go Tegu Sam, Tujan Dewachen, Nemo, Semo, Kareyena, Dewachen, Tati, top year, ya top gold.
So we have to make this practice to use in our daily routine of work. So for example, as it was mentioned before, so like to have a very firm habit and to have imprints of habitual firm tendencies. So like for example, while putting on clothes, while weighing, we should think that, okay, now I'm preparing in order to proceed towards Dewachen, Pure Land. So while going also, now I'm going to the Dewachen. So while sleeping also, now I'm just facing towards the Dewachen so that I may be reborn over there. So like that, so all the time in our daily routine of work, we should make it habituate. So then by having this, we have to have a very firm belief in our mind too.
Nisa, Nengo Tessa, no so la mena yang, no so Dewachen, no so sam.
So sometimes what happens is while sleeping and while facing, but it may not be towards the western directions, but it's the main thing is our mind, how we think. So that's why mentally we should visualize that, okay, that is towards that is the western Pure Land where I'm facing now. So we have to think in this way. No. So whenever we just wake up early in the morning, so then we should think that, okay, now is the time to proceed towards Dewachen. So we should always think like that. So yeah, we should all the time think about. No.
Then Dewachen get Tong. Semchi Tamji Dewachen Jebe, Molam Dang Semchi Tamji Dewachen Jebe, Molam Ja, give a drop, Digwa Pang.
No. So then while making aspirational prayer, not only for oneself, but for other sentient beings also. So that's why, like whenever we practice by avoiding all those non-virtuous deeds for to have sufferings, and by doing all those virtuous deeds, so the motivation should be there for not only for oneself, for the sentient beings.
Tinita, Zawa. Zupandao. Zunga is some. Nang need any eat, Korang Zawa in the.
So the most important thing is the mind, as it was mentioned, and then the mind controls over our body and the speech. So that's why we have to tame our mind. We have to purify our mind. So this is very important things. So the purification of mind is important in order to direct our body and the speech on the right track.
Samsung.
So Sungure, you know what Lama says, do you understand? Sem means mind, Sungure means you should protect it. So we should protect our mind from committing non-virtuous deed or negative actions. So we should protect our mind.
Gom Jazo do a Samsung. Young man of Temba Thing. Samsung.
So while doing meditation also, we are protecting our mind from distractions by single-minded focusing on the object.
Sanje ke song do dikpa je masaje ke wa pusam sok pa je rang sem ne yong son do song do sem yong don do je te ta tempa ten gom ja go song ni.
What the Buddha said, as it was mentioned, Dikpachiyam Mijashing means not committing any sort of non-virtuous deed. Yawa Pisung Chobor Ja means doing all the virtuous deed, all the wholesome actions. Rangi Semni Yongsu do, taming one's own mind. This is the teachings of Lord Buddha. So that's the mind taming or calming down the mind is focused mainly in the teachings. So, do you understand?
Yes, I do have a question.
Yeah.
I understand that all the Buddhas and the Yidams, they hold all these objects and ornaments and things, and they're all symbolic. Could Lama explain a bit more on, because Buddha Amitabha holds a bowl, and Shanazik holds a lotus, and a mala, and a jewel, and all these ornaments. What do they mean? What is the meaning of these symbols?
Chidang zu tanda diji yorba, sange da chigi beno kordin zu yorba, da mangchigi tanda chigi nganzu genja dindu yorba, genja do yorba, da chigi yorba, na gendo gui genda dindu yorba, da dindu chasang yori, ani samsam beno chigi pakali ya, lungse nam shawa dindu yori, dindu re, da chigi, dini jere se to bushi na me do pema da chen chak chen dindu nam yungyo da dindu yori, jambe ya to bui na re chichi da yori, da dindu Tsundue dindu karika re se do.
되게 담제다 레레겐도 예 거나 갑자기 가고리야.
So actually when we describe about each and every ornaments and each and every the tools which they brandish and which they carry, so it has got enormous symbolic implications, so it takes a pretty long time. So likewise the so like the Avalokiteshvara, the
putting on the skin of animals, you know. So
the deer.
yeah, deer. So the ridab or deer. So these are also symbolic implication of the compassions, you know. So ninjagi dirwa.
ningi dacha
The compassions, the symbolic.
uma sanjab samba raza ka jewa yene semjila kulu jemba tangso
No. So at the time of the practice of bodhisattva, so during that times, taking birth in animal beings, and especially a deer, during that time also, you know, like done enormous and accumulate enormous merits by giving one's body.
tene ta re yendo chose re la tanda yori te tene cho ba ke ando ba korang nang na yoli ya
No. So then likewise, there are many symbols and many, you know, like the objects being, you know, like holded by all the deities. So, and then most precisely, it is sometimes illustrated in the prayer of that particular deity. So you will see everything, you know, what does it symbolize, and what does it have, how does it depict by its ornaments and all. Tanda dhamma nala say orva.
ganga to ke do pa nang na yoli
What Lama says, Dhamma means the prayer, you know, the prayer of that particular deity. For example, Cheris's prayer, you will see what kind of, you know, like ornaments that she possesses, or what kind of, you know, like things or objects is being held. So everything is mentioned over there.
dorje thap ke dachari
So like the Bajra,
jewa hirap ke dachari tene danda zo de thap hirap song don der dachari
so likewise, for example, the bell and the Bajra. So the bell, you know, first of all, the Bajra symbolizes the method, you know, and then the bell symbolizes the skillful means, the wisdom. So the duality of the method and the wisdom, so the symbolic implication is the duality of method and wisdom. The Tapshi Sungju Gitoni, then Sanji Gawang Trails, what?
the meditation
No, then so yeah, the meditations, for example, when we practice meditations or whatever practices that we do in order to obtain the enlightenment, so it has to be, you know, like accompanied with both the methods and the wisdom.
thap hirap de thap ke dachari de hirap ke dachari
Yeah.
thap hirap song don yo no tene ni sume pando meditation
So that's why, so there's a duality of, you know, the wisdom and the method should accompany together, so that whatever practices like meditations and all, and then inseparable, should be done inseparable from both the method and as well as the wisdom.
de ta yenda ke cheshi maria de thap hirap de
No. So this is a
thap hirap song don jok sana tene meditation
no. So the meditations usually we should follow it methodically, and as well as we should have full knowledge, that is the wisdom.
Question? Who did you say? Who did Lama say? Sitting on the other side from Buddha Amitabha. On the one side is Chenrezig.
Yeah, tanda karsa di Quran keje tiya dirsa. Tanda bakali ya shinkam nala rwa. Tanda weba megi ye chola Chenrezig che. Tini yun chola karisong besong.
tuji to
Tujen top. Yeah, tujen top. Bajrapani.
Chenrezig karpo tuji to hombo
White Chenrezig. You know.
Chenrezig is white,
Yeah.
and Tuchin Top
And
is
yes. Yeah,
Okay.
dark. No.
제네 제 대리 예스 저 투지 좀 제네 금속 갖고 사용 배관자 대배에서 배만 갖고 그래서
The changes holding the white lotus.
대니 저좀 봐 용도 사제 좀 봐. 저기 또 홍보 돌지 sempre 배만 용 야 배만 그냥 돌지 봐.
Even the Vajrapani also holding, the lotus having a Vajra in it. No.
대대 오빠 mấy 사가 농지 나 드시까 드시까는데 농지 나
This is Kamarwa. So then Buddha Amitabha holding a begging bowl with the equipose mudra, Dhyana mudra, and having the white and a red nectar in it.
And did I understand correctly that the short prayer is a part of the long one? But where does it start?
Tandati Karsati Melam Duba Jorva, Melam Duba di Melam Geba digi Sabrevesido.
Samari so sorry. Don't Jepari.
No. So it's, this doesn't represent, but it's a short form of the longer one.
Okay, okay.
Did we also
get it?
Yeah. The Kanegotsu. From here.
Oh, it's in the beginning. Okay.
Yeah, it's just at the end, the last page. This one is the last page.
Oh, okay.
So, but in the new one, I don't know. You don't have.
I think I don't have.
Okay.
But it's in the Chinese.
It's in the
In
Chinese.
the sentence version of Chinese, there's also.
Ah, yeah.
Okay. Ah, thank you.
Konsul di tanda ramen wa tumati. Any questions?
I was just curious because sometimes, people go to India and receive very high initiations. And so I was just curious because these are very high practices. Only a few people can really, I think there aren't that many people who can even do such high yoga, the highest yoga tantra. So what is the purpose of having the practice, and should it, more ordinary practitioners even attempt or to recite the higher practices, like on a daily basis, for example.
So what is the purpose? That's what you want to
Well,
know.
I mean, I'm just curious if it's proper, actually considered proper to do those practices.
The higher practice.
Yeah, because it's actually above one's level, It's too high.
Tanda morangi kechatiya juarba. Chida chigi na karsore. Manzu tanda chigi sangagi da chigi nyamle chayatun so tse tobo dindri yorba. Wang da dindri mangbuchi tobo dindri chigi baka nyamle chayatun yorba. Tse tobo dindri. Da dinzo penang ranzu da mi gyuma zhuji inba ina susu ki tse le toa inba song zang. Da dindri karsore nyamle dindri chena digi yoyme dindri da nyamle chayba ina dela kari yori se da o dindri resha. Din kashi ya ngaranzu nenjoba sa tobo dindri neba tsu tani nyamle da sangagi tobo chaya dindri yorba. O dindri yori ngaranzu gyume kisi dindri soso le ke toa da pena dindri tse tobo dindri nyamle dindri chayba ina di dila ya yegyun kari yori sige o dindri resha.
Deta sangagi chun ramen da mangbo yori ya.
No.
Deta soso ke chidok la soso yori. Chuka develop la soso yori. Ramen da mangbo yori. Deta ta da na that's here na pengamando.
No. So actually, yes, what Lama says is there are many different practices according to the Tantra practices also. And then from the Sutra way also there are several practices. And these practices are usually suitable for the one's capability and potentialities. So, and then there are many practices according to one's own way of practicing. That depends on one's, like potentialities. That's important. Dubluk, what Lama says, is the way of practicing according to the different lineages, according to the different sect, so according to the different schools. So there are various kinds of, and each and everything, if we reveal it right now, I do not consider to be the suitable. So that's what Lama said. Yeah. So there are many skillful ways of practicing physically, mentally, and verbally. No. So right now, because of the time constraints, because we are focusing more on Dewachen.
Sem nepe thormunro. Thormunro. Sem nepe tap.
So in brief, the most important thing is to stabilize our mind, and then to keep it away from distractions. So not to let our mind bewilder around. So to focus on a particular object to make our mind more stable. So the essence of all the practices is that. So not distracting, then if we are with the, what do you call it, with the proper, with the, like mindfulness, the focusing, power to be strengthened through the meditations and all. So this is important. So our mind until now is what happens is going out, distracting outside, bewildering everywhere, and our eyes also, like whatever sees, our mind goes over there. So likewise, whatever we hear, also mind goes to the different directions, and that way our mind is distracting. So the meditations means the practice of our mind, like focusing or concentrations, means bringing that mind back and try to have a control over it. So while having a dream, also we will have a certain dreams of outside, like many sort of things. So these are also because of the, like habits of our mind, which is very much habituated with distractions. So that's why the root, the way of teaching is to tame our mind, because which is the most important and the dominant thing among body, mind, and speech. So not letting it outside, so bringing it back and try to stabilize it or try to make it calm. So do you understand?
Yeah.
Could Lama teach us the correct or the best way to recite the Amitabha mantra? What visualization do we use? Which meditation do we do?
Tanda di ngara so heba meki nga jiyorba. Di pena ngara so nga di dembe kapde sosu ki se tabya jiyorba. Tini di khantre che kuku yore sa se tabya jene. Nga so gomya jiyorba. Nga di dembe kapde. Nga chi nga so jiwolo gomya jiyorba. Heba meki do gomya na karina. Ta di khantre ta takta di kharre sidu.
Amitabha, Amadevashe, Sam Hetani, Devashe, Yeso Corne, Then young to Rede da. So Raran da, and then in Corgan of some. Natanda Jerem the Palala Yodi. Yodi,
So there are various kinds of visualizations, and especially during the generative process of certain practices, that is kirim, you know. So during that period, for example, like the syllable free is being surrounded by the Buddha Amitabha's mantra, and then it's rotating the clockwise, and then each and every syllable, you know, revealing its own sounds. So likewise, there are many types of visualizations according to the different and various practices.
Tata Cherangla, the Matoji, Tata Tela Penum.
So this is, I've just expressed it since you questioned this. Otherwise, it's not that much use to others at this time.
Light to Kala, Mamtank Kor.
La Laptingi Kor.
No.
So the high means the one's deities
Mala.
and the one's heart. There's a connections by the rosary of mantra. You know, yeah. So that sort of practices and visualizations are there.
I'm saying Kordu Yingdu, so Randa Dagayari.
So while visualizing the rotations of that, the rosary of mantra, then each and every syllable of rotating, mantra also reveals its own sound by itself. So the most important thing is we should make the habits of practices. So the habits, for example, whatever, whether it's a spiritual habit or whether it's a mundane habits, the worldly habits, for example, the worldly activities, whatever. So we may get certain, like habits with a certain way of doing it. So like that spiritual habit built up is also important.
Yori, tela tene, tata chevala sam no tang. Dewachen rogo sam.
So yeah, because of the strong aspirational prayer made by the Buddha Amitabha and Chenresi, the Buddha of Compassions, Avalokiteshvara. So it is unfortunate enough for all of us to be reborn over there in the Dewachen Pure Land, the Pure Land of Mahasukhavati, very easily. So for that, from our part, the most important thing is to get ourselves, habituated with the practice to be reborn over there. So that is very important things. So any more questions? Maybe somebody has, but don't want to speak. Wanted to keep it secret.
We have someone.
Huh?
I have another question.
Yeah.
Well, I was just curious about having different practices in one day, like several different practices. What it is, I was wondering if Rinpoche could advise me on that, like if it's a good idea to have many different practices in one day, one after the other, or if it's better to just choose like and say I'm going and have a more, focus just on one, or I don't know.
The Laila Laya di Dirsha. Dirba Chitang Chicken and Lanzu Nima Chignala ya, Tanyamlen, Tamin in the Chigorba. Nima Chignala, Yamlen in the Mambuchi, Jori, Tinishan, in Binary, Yamlen chair, in a Tamenta Mambuchi Joris. Tini Nima Chigla, Tinso, step in a Yamlen, Tamenta in the Kancha, Yoga, Chena. Country or Yamena and Zu Yamle Chigran, Laya, Takana, Chigran, Chicoche, but Diamond and Machu Chigran, Tolia, Manzu, sometimes Chevi in the country or that the country may detolaya, Sonron and
they Carezo Tomna Zogoria. Any Hatata decision up, they are in the Nova Samnotanga, they take the combazon. Then left Lauri, Damada Mango, Sam Matan. Then I walk at the knee. To join the Damada and Dompa Mango Doma Yuri. Take care to Sula Tane, Takta in terms on Donga Yuri.
So what Lama says is actually there are many practices to be done in a day. So, but each and every practices has its own qualities and has its own like positive forces to give us a certain effect or good effect. And then actually, that is also there. And in the other hand, for example, if we focus on one practice, for example, Dewachen practices, this is also good because everything depends upon one's capabilities. And then most important thing, we have to think about the time also. If there are more time, then it doesn't matter, you can carry on with other practices also. That is more helpful also. But if you don't have time, then we have to know the utilization of the time on particular practices. So, and then if one committed very much in one single practice, that is also good. So it depends on.
Gomba and Tam Jalenda, Tavala Gomba, Tam Jalenda, Zoya Yamari. Dictate calm not any. Jimmy Olay go to Pogong go to Masangi, Masanga Chula, any. Ranke, a tem, Tagori. Dachulandi, I was together, Ranke, Temptane, Chudurochi Dogma. Then they go, then they go, then they mazo, Ranke, like me.
So, what Lama says is, yes, the time, like distribution of the time is a very, very important things. In a monastic rule, for example, there are certain, the fixed time for the certain practices every day. Okay, from here to here, you should do this, everything is fixed. But for the lay persons like us, we have to get along with many things. So that's why sometimes, like it's whether it's suitable for us to do or not. So this is also very important to check. And then accordingly, whatever is suitable, the time or the, like people who are connected with us, like if we have got a family, for example, like the kids and husband or wife or whatever. So accordingly, we have to, like suit with everything. So then the time is also, time factor is also very important things, and then accordingly we have to arrange. So which practices, at what time, and how should it be practiced?
Jena rang dek tem takta zo te du da tin tem de zu sa ti tek na de yu na pa ma shen do da ro gong da lab yong na tam cha tem ma tang de da wo ke de ni kang ka ri ko yu song na ti tek na ma tang rang ke tem dek te tem bo che zo ya na
So, and then, it's better if sometimes if we really make a certain fixed time from this to this, I'm going to practice this. So, during that period, if we dedicatedly do the same practice,
on that proper appointed times. So that is also quite commendable or good.
Teni gom jaksa.
The Karichini Reza, Tapena.
Teni tembo yongari, tembo
So
yongari.
in order to have a stable practice.
Zamzana rekozo zamzana mazona teni nyambari no.
So then if we do it sometimes whenever we feel it, then sometimes what happens is jumble up and sometimes we tend to forget and everything.
Tela teni dek mando, ten mando.
So then we cannot do it regularly also, so we cannot abide by the, rules and so our practices. So that's why sometimes if we fix the time, it's good.
Gom jaksa chegena, ngarang gom jaksa. Sa, mayenda ye mando sa. Tena tembo chegla. Gom jaksa, len tang, tena ya, tena mayenda romachi. Tena zudena teni, chu la, sanap, jamanda mepan rogomari. Tembo yongari.
So likewise, for example, the place where we practice our meditations, if we, as far as possible, if we can make a certain place where no distractions or no people moving around, so quiet place or separate place, if we can arrange, and that is also good for to have good meditation practice.
Dukang na rang desa gomte, te mayenda deg mari.
So if we have the separate the shrines where we can meditate and do some prayers and all, so like if we make it separately so nobody come over there, so that's why it's quite suitable for us while practicing.
If I do several practices in the morning, for example, I start with doing the Tahara Puja, and then I would like to do Amitabha afterwards. Do I always have to take refuge anew and bodhicitta, or not always?
So the indukanta pena Kurangi tanda tivati nalarwa, ta Kurangi ta nyamle dinde ta namsha gyundengi nyamle cheju yorba, ta di nyamle dinala ya tsam karsore ta chigi nyamle draminda cheju pena cheresi ta na shin tini drama ta dinde nyamle mangboshi yoris rwachigi yos, di chidu kan di nyamle re cheyong du kan ya chigi kyamro di injiminji re chegugo yorba esigdo kyamro che.
Korang tsola yori rarang kyamro semchi ya.
So while so here also what Lama says is while practicing, for example, Tara Puja or Buddha Amitabha, whatever, so before we start, the taking refuge and generation of bodhicitta prayer is already there. So we have to do accordingly. And then if there isn't, if for example, because of the time constraints, then you can, like do once. Or like that. Yeah. You have to see the time.
Okay.
So the time. So it's not like monastic rules. The Gendung Dik means the monastic rule. That's what Lama say. So we are just like the worldly lay persons. Yeah. So we have got a lot of things to do. So that the time frame that we have to check is important.
Yeah. Then
so if I just tell you, if I direct you, so you have to do from this time to this time, everybody should do it. But sometimes then you may not be able to do accordingly. So then what happens is, there will be the generations of more negative forces than the positive forces. So that will harm more than it benefits. So that's why I'm just telling you, choose the suitable time and do practice accordingly.
Selo ke semsara ke dek ke khagari.
So the monastic rules and regulations and the samsara, the rules and regulations is slightly different.
Yeah.
We received so many initiations and teachings and everything, and with every initiation you get the tamsik vows that you have to keep. How do we keep all these tamsiks?
Tanda di jidang anzu wang da dinde mangpo shu jing anzu wang shu yoris, wang ragu yoris. Ine wang shu we kap de anzu tamzi sungya dinde yorba, laba sungya dinde yorba. Da dinde mangpo shu yoris. Da dinde laba da jigi tamzi dinzo kantis takta sung tugu yorbes.
Da te lame kare song na te job go.
So whatever is instructed by the Lama who bestowed the initiations and all, so accordingly the precepts to be protected, or you have to follow the samaya, whatever it is. So as far as possible you have to observe those things. You have to abide by those precepts.
But it's funny because if I may follow up Gala's question, I already wondered like maybe Lama himself or the Holinesses or other great masters, they have, I think, many initiations and also some of a higher kind. Is it true that if you have some higher ones and you do, for example, every morning 2 high practices, for example, maybe Kala Chakra, Sakra Sambhara, are the other things covered then? Is that filling the other samayas also? How can we look at that?
Then you'd have to do the mantra of all the different initiations
Yeah.
you've ever had. That's so many. How can you keep that without breaking it?
Tanda kurangi keja tiya di tanda kaula keja tiya di shisong chenire sarwa. Di indu kala pena kurang labi ina jidang chigi na shetsui nali ya kesi sanga lame ki tanda nyamlen ri yorba. Ta tugo ki nyamlen ta chigi yorba. O dinde la sopa ta takana shin ta dinzo ngana zu tugar ta dinde ki ta ngana zu nyamlen chebe kap de sarwa. Ten sam sanga lame ki laname be ta to nyamlen ri cheyong du kali ya. Tene tanda nyamlen chunga dinde mango shu yorba. Dinde ki laba sungya di 다가랑기 투구요리스 투구요리야 말이스 탐 베나 탐직 다 베나 토보딘데 가서
라메까 가래 나가나 대리 저
디체티니 탄다코나 송베나 다레 다디인디 칼라 왕망고 슈지 슈 탐직 슈용디 칼라 다디나라 nga 드라멘다 망고 시라요리스 디는 nga 딘데 망고 슈지 가서 커티 때 잠잠 마쳔바디 용고리 다딘데 대용디 칼라 칼레 제디 컨트스 카리요리스 도다
다 되게 다 송토고 우리
칸토도라
라마니 왕쇼 실에 찌뽀가 팽가마니 왕게 담색 송고 우리.
So actually the whatever initiations that we obtained is bestowed by the Guru to us, and whatever the mantras accordingly that we have to recite. So whatever the Lama instruct, so accordingly, as far as possible, we should try to do it. So that is very important thing.
Lama Wangnang Kable Kakpoyori Loma la Tapetang Wangnang Gauri.
So, and then not only the difficulty lies towards the one who practice, but one who bestow the initiations will also have a lot of difficulties to give that initiations, because one has to check sometime, the level of the disciples, according to the dispositions, according to their potentialities, and accordingly the initiations will be bestowed. So, like from the Lama's part also there's difficulties are there. Not only difficulty lies in us in reciting so many mantras and practicing so many puja.
Lama mata tong tong das. Lama la tapje ma ve wang shu sa du yini chong jeng tong yong na tani tong tong ja len da ri nyarwa lan ro ya ri ma tong ro sa me ri.
So what
Lama la tang bo tapje tang ndegen dong mon dong yang ne yang do tapje tang go ri.
So what Lama says is, like it's not like wherever initiation is bestowed, you just run and receive it. So the most important thing is you also check, so the guru, and personally, or his, that is also very important to analyze him and analyze the teachings that he gives, So whether he is capable of, or whether you are capable of receiving that, or whether he is capable, or whether he possesses all the qualities or not. So the most important thing is to check the guru also, examine the guru also. That is also an important thing.
Tene lame loma tabje tango ri. Loma mapta yan chong das. Loma cheke tene malopa zo tenge loma cheke tene wang shu chu chu. Ja tabje ma tang na tene lame ya tela wang chu. Kare shu yong na nang ya na. Sani lama deke tamsek masong. Ramanda re chana. Lama nyarwa tangri.
So what Lama says is, Lama has given the two
Takani ma longsung nda yongri.
the two metaphors, for example, like if you don't examine the Lama, it's something like drinking a poisons, So then what happens is, instead of benefiting oneself to purify the defilements which one possesses, and then to, accumulate the merits, but you will accumulate a lot of negativities. So that is something like drinking a poison if you don't examine it properly. And from the Lama side also, it's very important to examine the disciple, whoever receives that particular initiation. So if one, didn't examine or analyze the potentialities and capabilities of the disciples, whoever is receiving that particular initiations or teachings, then it's something like, jumping towards the abyss. Abyss? It's like jumping to the abyss, So what happens is, when after giving or after bestowing that initiations or teachings, if that disciple didn't abide by the rules and regulations, if that disciple do not protect those precepts, if that, disciple do not, follow the samaya, cannot keep the, bond of samaya, then what happens is that give the negative effect to the Lama, and Lama may fall down to the abyss of hell. So that is also there. So it's like that.
That you. Tombo tamjela, again, I young yori, yeah.
So, all the practices of the Tantra practices and whatever, and the initiations and all, it has so many rules and regulations.
Kosong. Kosa do that. Tamsek so. Yela ya. Gogri.
So after receiving all these teachings, after receiving all those initiations, one has to keep in mind, and one has to practice it by abiding by all the precepts, by protecting all the precepts, and following all the instructions as directed by the guru who bestowed that particular initiations or teachings.
That's so.
So.
That's so. Right. They have photo. That I get loju he go. Loju tapje matang. Loju mashi, malopa mangbozo. Te kable kaboria.
So first of all, we have to have a knowledge of all these things. You know, the Logyu, actually Logyu means history, Logyu means annals, Logyu means so many things, but here in this context it means we have to have the knowledge of all these things, and after that we should put it in our mind what to be done, what to be practiced, and accordingly, even if we have received whatever teachings or initiations or whatever, we have to follow the precepts is also very important.
Yeah,
so now we will have a dedication prayer.
No.
So we will do the short prayer.
So the Java said,
Choktu Jawa Selke, you know, so which one, page number, which one is that? Choktu Jawa Seche Gong Tishwa. The Shotan Kazan. So, did you get it?
No.
No?
Which one?
So, Tishwa. Choktu Jawa Seche Gong the Shotan Kagina. Di Kodo. Di Tanda Din Dui. Ale Di Ganga Tishwa. So, wait a moment.
Ganga Mali.
Wait a moment.
Joke very.
Dini.
The short Dewachen.
Yeah, not that much
From the 11 head Chinese puja?
Di jela khaja di thambu di dirwa. Thambu di jela khaja dela.
Gyurmay.
Di thambu ni shawna chingi sumsto.
Then on Sanje, Dubali.
Diva di maro.
Nee, dat zit in 11 head. Moet die eronder hebben, zeg maar.
Korte in mijn hoofd. Met de Sofia?
Ja.
Di diva di.
So the Java said, Gong.
Heb jij gewoon een van het zetten hier? In deze?
Ik heb nu een bundel gedaan.
Oh, oké. Dan kan ik dat zien.
Sabati li yorbe.
Gong, Sonye, Dolaji. Dage tu sama Gepsa Ba, Koncho, Somla, Joba, Bor, Jerve, Temba, Penjore, Gewa, Senjin, Konla, Ngon, Rokon, Sanje, Top Jerache, Gesa, Tamje, Jek, Dage, Jola, Menjore, Demni, Sanje, Sozo, De, Serang, Nemi, Nyamto, Rapjo, Nanjore, Namje, Sempu, Gyurmay, Dewa, Jindo, Jejore, Jine Pema Kazene Luden de la Sanje Sho Sanje Tomne Jels Turbe Rowan Bara Jo Mawo Om Sara Sanje Nawan Daye Dan Yesu Jo Lukje Jembo Dan Yonda Zemba Deje Dona Sanje Samse Bamin Kurje Deje Gom Sarabada Me Baye Dewa Jenje Save Jenkan Daye Dene Sembu Gyurmay Jewa Jenje Parma Chobat Tera Jine Namta Shantong Sho Deke Dake Mona Taban Sokje Sanje Samse Tamje Je Gengmin Do Parasenje Lap Deya Da Pense Deya Udanaye Sova Oya da Gawang Hu said Daji Tusum Je Gawa Tamje Tangbo Surdo Denis Samje Tamje Sanje Top Dona Pa Hu Gogri Daji Tusum Deva Dina Samje Tamje Gawa Huma Drop Sarsong Mahong Pa Drop Jo Dada Drop Jimba Tamje Rang Lawyer La Tango Surdo 대단지 파마 샘지 탐지 산지 토프통은 파고고리 나랑 그 트렌 찍고 나한테 와와와와 제야리 개와 찍고 말이 내 마음 따따 두sem지 샘지 탐지 개와 탐지 초 당보도 대리 파마 샘지 탐지 산지 토프통은 파고고리.
So while doing the dedication prayer, simply just verbally expressing that dedication prayer is not enough. So what we have to do is we have to visualize that all the sentient beings who have been our parents before, and especially who have been our mother before. So not only the sentient beings, and also the Buddhas of 10 directions. So whatever the enormous virtues that they have accumulated in the past times, whatever enormous virtues that they are accumulating in this present times, and whatever enormous merits or wholesome deeds or merits that they are going to accumulate in the future. So by collecting everything and then dedicating it for the benefit of all the sentient beings, not only for oneself, for the attainment of the enlightenment, for the benefit of all the sentient beings. So the dedications has to be done in this way. So first of all, collecting all the merits, all the merits, accumulations of merits, accumulated in the past and being accumulated in the present and will be accumulated in the future by all the Buddhas of 10 directions and by all the sentient beings of the 6 realms. So, and then dedicating it to the personal deity, whomever that aspirational prayer is directed to, or to the Buddhas of 10 directions, just offering it in order to attain complete enlightenment, not only for oneself, for all the sentient beings. So in this way, the dedications has to be done. So visualization should also be accompanied while we recite the aspirational prayer.
Namke chapter 70 tamche gewa dupse ya sanje topatuna pa ngowa zo gewa jachimbo yongeno.
So when we dedicate that the enormous accumulations of merits of all those sentient beings which the space covers, so it means the limitless, the sentient beings. So when we dedicate for the benefit of them, then what happens is, though the aspirational prayer is small, but because of our motivations, it multiplies and it becomes, uncountable, limitless.
Thế xem chi thầm cái kế hoạch drop, mua vào zo mà thấp lên lùi đè lên là pain đâu cái nào. Thế này, mà ông bà kế hoạch ta drop mình đâu mua vào cái này xem nó, mà ông bà kế hoạch drop dùng bất tu số, chứ là kế hoạch là phát triển mà ông về pain ông rồi.
So the dedication prayer is very much beneficial to those practitioners who forgot to do the dedication, but it's all the virtues, the merits that they have accumulated is just lying as it is by not meeting with certain favorable conditions to be ripened. So sometimes what happens is when we dedicate in this way, that will definitely benefit to those who have not dedicated their merits before, and to those who are forgetting to dedicate their merits for the benefit of all the sentient beings at present, and in the future also, whatever the virtuous deed that we do, virtuous action that we do, so we will not have hindrances or obstacles while completing or accomplishing that particular virtuous action or virtuous deed.
Thế này, cho ba, yêu sa, sanje có yêu sa, cần đơn là mua vào rồi cũng chưa tin, sanje chỉ rằng sẽ yêu bạn chưa tin, đơn là rồi cũng, sanje chỉ xem yêu bạn, làm mà cần đơn là, ngô zo go thế thế rồi na thế cái ngô na ngô van đọc yung cái
So then the dedication prayers, especially when to do and where to do. So sometimes, for example, dedication prayer being done in front of the deities, like the symbolic implications, having all those symbolic implications of Buddhas of 10 directions, like statues and all. So if we do the dedications in front of those things and in front of the shrines, or sometimes, dedication prayer that if we do in front of the stupa, and especially there are 8 manifestations of the, like defilement purifying stupas, so in front of any stupas, and especially, in front of the Lama, who is the, manifestations of Bodhisattva, and then the Lama or the Guru, the spiritual friend, possessing the bodhicitta. So in front of that sort of Guru, so whatever dedications prayer that we do from our, deep heart and with the pure motivations, then whatever we desire will obviously accomplished without any obstacles and hindrances.
Jambara Pavu, Chetara Chembada, Kondo Sangbo, Tayan, Tekin, Teta, Konje, Jiso, Dalab, Gewan, the Datam, Abdo, Daji, to some Gewa Chipsapa, Namkan, Tartok, Churpe, Lame, Tekwa Chembu, no journey, Konjang, Dorjens and Besato, Parasho, Tetarando, Prasep, Konjo, some jet and Badan, Sanja, Sanjab, Semba, Tam, Jejes and Jelab, Suni, Yongso, Wenga, Tang Chujaye number Taja, some Jema Jabet of Jete, Tajan, the Paracho, okay, Tashidele.
So now you have learned how to do the dedication, so you have to keep it in mind.